One, two. One, two. One, two, two, two. Yeah.
Yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. It's proper, ne?
Ja.
Gut.
Am I connected? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. That's a Cape Town welcome. On behalf of MICT SETA, warm greetings to each and every one of you, and welcome to the Cape Town Convention Center for the MICT SETA Stakeholder Roadshow. My name is Tsiki Zwahoto, for those who don't know me. I'm the regional manager for MICT SETA. I'm also overseeing the Northern Cape province. And also present with us today is the chairperson of the board of MICT SETA, Mr. Simpiwe Tobela, and our CEO, Mr. Matome Matebana. My task today is to welcome you guys here in the Cape province for the roadshow. We also appreciate your presence. I know you are busy with lots of things, but you took your time to come here to be with us. And also, I'm also welcoming those stakeholders who have joined us online. Technology has made so many things possible for us now. So you can be at home, you can be wherever you are, but you still be a part of this meeting. Before we start our proceedings, we know in the Western Cape, more especially the Southern Cape in George, the construction tragedy that has taken place there. Can we take a moment and reflect on that? We also, as a community of MICT SETA, we extend our sympathy and prayers to that community, the relatives who've been affected, especially those who've lost their loved ones. So our prayers are also with the injured and those who are hospitalized. We wish them a full recovery and hope that those who are still trapped beneath that rubble will be rescued still. It's day 8 today. And we also put before us the authorities who are busy and the teams who are busy with all the rescue activities. On another note, what we're here to do today, we're hoping to have a great and a robust conversation with, of course, constructive feedback. Because we believe all the people who are here today are solutions experts. So we are hoping to have that robust conversation with you, and also we welcome a feedback. Also, just to note what is happening within the region. We have been funding a lot of stakeholders to different programs within the region. But I would like to note Film Academy, together with Film Africa, based in Montego Gardens. We've partnered with these companies since 2013, and they've been doing a stellar job with training our interns, giving them practical experience within the film industry. They are doing an exceptional job, more and over to the training to make sure that the training adds value. They are also providing our interns with driving lessons and also take them to go and write the driver's license. So on top of what we do as a MICT SETA, they also are adding a value to those learners, because we all know we are sitting here with a huge scourge of unemployment, more especially youth unemployment. So anything that you can do as a stakeholder, as a value add on top of what the SETA is doing is much, much appreciated. And also, let's not forget the NSTP has given us a target that unemployment by 2030, it has to be at 6%. And we're still very far. And 2030 is around the corner. It's only 60 months, if I'm not using years. And I also would like to acknowledge youth media movement. Youth media movement also taken a bold step to go through uncharted territory of aerospace training. We funded them with 35 learners to do a drone pilot license. Out of those 35, 18 learners managed to get their licenses. Also, as a value add, those learners, because they received now their license, they'll be eligible to train further and upgrade to a pilot license for commercial charter aeroplanes. Another milestone, also from the region of the Western Cape, because we always want to make things simpler and smoother for the learners. MICT SETA, I think it was the year 2015-16, also collaborated with the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. The university, more especially the IT department, they were facing a challenge of low pass rate. Learners will come in, register and enroll for IT, but the pass rate was very low and the dropout rate was very high. Few of those learners managed to pass. So the university had to do something, and they did. They developed higher certificate IT management services, which was pitched at NQF level 5. But however, this certificate was going to be implemented in TVET colleges. TVET colleges, there's lots of learners there, and they want to aspire to go to the University of Technology. So they came to MICT SETA to assist with the development of learning material, and then we agreed as a SETA, and then the project just flew. And that learning material was so unique. It was talking to South African situations. It was videos with all the scenarios from the township. Even the lingo was township, not those examples you get in most of the textbooks. They will give you United States examples, not the real situation. And needless to say, that certificate, to which we also injected money in 2015-16, it's still being implemented today in 3 TVET colleges in the Western Cape, College of Cape Town, False Bay, Northlink. I can see Eureka over there from Northlink, that she was our first pilot on this program. It is still reaping the rewards. A return on investment for the SETA is still going on till today, and the CPUT doesn't lack any learners now within the IT department. Now they have to turn away students, and the pass rate has gone up ever since that initiative. And lastly, but not least, I'd like to mention Prof. Singh. He said he was going to be here today. He's from the University of the Western Cape, also there to assist the youth to get employment. UWC, they have identified a gap also for the students. Let me not call them learners there. For the students, each and every year they produced a high number of graduates within the arts department. But however, once these learners graduate, they can't find any employment. We've all seen that on TV, social medias, graduates are striking. So he came up with something, what can we do for those learners? So he's coming up with a postgraduate diploma in media studies. So you're asking yourself, why am I bringing it to here? Because I know today there are media experts who are here within the audience. And it's a curriculum that needs to be developed. So this is your chance as the experts in the field to join Prof. Singh to develop that career. It's the chance to have your say as an industry. So many times that courses and degrees in universities are developed without the input of the industry. So there'll be an advisory board that's going to be set up. So if you're interested, you can talk to me or you can talk to Professor Anesh Singh so that you can be part of that post-media graduate. Media people can attest to me because always in the SSP, from the sector skills planning, shortage of skills in writers, script writers, film producers. You'll never know. Maybe you'll get to these script writers from the cohorts of the BA students, because mostly BA students, they are more concerned with the human factor of things. With that being said, without wasting any time, I would like to welcome on stage our chairperson of the board, Mr. Simpiwe Tobela, who has been doing a splendid job of leading the governance structures of the SETAs for the past 4 years. Ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chair.
Thanks. Why is it their sound seems to be not working with me very well? Could it be detecting that I'm from rural areas, so I'm not used to these kind of things? Thanks, Kikizwa, for the words that you've just expressed now. And let me greet the CEO and the rest of the team and the rest of the Cape Town office of MICT SETA, and most importantly, all the stakeholders that are here today. And thanks for making time and sacrificing other things that are important that you'd otherwise be doing and decided to come here. That's very important. I've not seen the program, so with the other areas that we've been to, they always write keynote address, and there's nothing keynote about what I'm going to say. I'll be just speaking like an ordinary person. And so you shouldn't be expecting huge and big things, concepts, phrases, and all. It's not going to happen. So you just listen to the ordinary person speaking. Let me start by saying, last time, when we were here during the stakeholder engagement session, I don't know why do I think we had a more packed room than we have today. And I'm not sure of the reason why people would not turn up like they did last time. There's two reasons that are possible, and that we should interrogate that as a MICT SETA. The first is that things that people raised with us here back then have been sorted out, and they feel, well, we are sorted, we don't have to come because our stuff is sorted. The flip side of that is people not coming because they're thinking, well, we were there last time. What difference did it make? Both of these would concern me. And I think it's something that after this we need to look into and work on. In the last 4 years of being here, the Western Cape, and probably not just the Western Cape, because this office is responsible also for the Northern Cape, right? So the few staff members that are in this office are stretched to the limit. And I know they're stretched to the limit because I have actually been on the ground and gotten to as far as Okip. I'm told it's Okip, just the other side of Springbok. I've been there to see the programs that we are implementing. And these few people in this office, and I think you're less than 10, yeah, they are responsible for these two huge provinces. And to drive from here to Okip, it's a full day. That's before you even start doing what you have to do. And you have a day to do the work that you have to do there, and then it's another day driving back. And so I really take my hat off for these employees of MICT SETA that are in this office, because it's quite a daunting task. And I say so as I indicated, because I've been to some of these places. But one of the things that I'm proud of insofar as the Western Cape, Northern Cape is concerned, is the programs that have been implemented. I have seen the interest, enthusiasm, and commitment of both the training providers and the learners. This has been very impressive for me, and I took a particular interest in this part of the country, because those who are responsible to do the work that MICT SETA should be doing are indeed showing commitment. And I've expressed this, and I said this last time, that as much as you guys are running businesses, there's two things that we should be careful of. One is that we are not concerned primarily with the bottom line in our companies. Yes, it's important. But most importantly is the program skills that we need to be delivering to those who are recipients of our programs. And the bottom line becomes a byproduct of that. The problem begins when you prioritize what am I making, what it's in there for me as a training provider, because your focus then is taken away from the real work that must happen. And once that happens, half the time you would see problems that include dropouts. And once the dropouts are there, and I've said to the CEO, we need to clamp down on this rate of dropouts, because in some instances, these dropouts, but then the money that we have committed to pay still continues to be paid, and you take it, put it in your back pocket, instead of giving it to those that supposed to be benefiting. The second problem, which is linked to this, if we don't focus on what it is that we are doing, is to create an environment of stipend chasers, we call them, right? Which is linked to the dropout. People who are in this program, not because they want a particular skill that they are interested to make their lives better, but rather they're chasing this because there is likely to be stipend, and if it's coming towards the end and they know they will not make the competence that's required to be certificated, they jump and go to the next SETA and enroll there, and same thing continues. So that says to me, we have to examine how we recruit. And probably at this point, why do I think I see a CEO of Zetna here? I didn't know you're a service provider here, training provider. The CEO of Zetna is here with us, and you're welcome, my brother. So sorry for not acknowledging you. I was not informed that you are here. So back to the point that I'm making, and I think it goes to the recruitment process that we're engaging. We need to be deliberate in ensuring that we identify those learners who are thirsty for the skill that is going to make them stand on their 2 feet and make their own lives and be self-sustainable. We need to strengthen and be rigorous on how we identify these learners, not just to fill up the numbers because I've been awarded a contract of 50 people. Let me just go get any 50 that's available to come in. Because at the end of the day, it's going to impact on you as a training provider when they then jump off. However, or maybe before the however, let me also indicate this. There's a story that I always tell. The work that we do must be the work not of just churning out numbers that we've trained X number of people, but it must be such that we touch people's lives. It must be not about the numbers, but about the impact. And that impact is seen on people's lives changing. And I say this confidently that this place here, Cape Town, is one of those that I tell stories about, because when we had an AGM last year here, a young man came to me. I don't know if he's here today. I don't know if I can still recognize him today. A young man came to me after the AGM and said, I hear that you are the chairperson of MICT SETA. I said, yes, I am. He says, I just came here to personally thank you for giving me a chance in life. That touched me. And I asked, what's your name? He told me his name, and I forgot his name, but I think CEO and others have got his name, because I said they must go find that young man. And he says to me, yeah, thank you for the opportunity that you as a MICT SETA have given me. You've given me a chance in life. And I asked who you are. He gave me his name, and I said, where are you from? He says, I'm from Manenberg. He says, yes, I'm from Manenberg, and you know how it is there. And this is giving me a chance to change my life. That's the kind of story that we want. It must be touching people's lives. It must be giving hope to people. And I'm saying, and I've been saying this throughout the country, we are in a process of building or rebuilding the country, if you like. And that we can do through giving people skills, whether they want to be employed or they want to start their own enterprises. And without the skill, and today, MICT SETA in particular, sits right at the coalface of that development that we have to be driving, all of us, because we are in this digital era, and therefore we should be on the cutting edge in delivering the skills that people need in this economy to meaningfully participate and benefit. I don't think people want handouts. I think people want to do things for themselves. And therefore, we must take seriously the work that we do. And I think I'm getting a sense of that in Cape Town. I've been to one of these partners, I think the film people, I don't know what they're called. I'm very poor with names. But I was taken through a very extensive program of one of the implementers of our programs in the video and film industry, and I was quite impressed with what I saw. And actually, we were even taken to the studios of, what's that show on TV? Deal or No Deal, for those who watch TV. And one of the main guys there was he the producer of the show? What's it? Yeah, producer. Yeah, producer of the show is actually a product of these training by MICT SETA, and we've seen many others elsewhere. So these are things that would make me have a beautiful sleep at night, knowing that somebody's life now has changed for the better, because we as MICT SETA were there. And you, on behalf of MICT SETA, have helped us to do that what we have to do. Because you don't have to see yourselves as different from us as MICT SETA. What you're doing, you are doing it on behalf of MICT SETA. In other words, you're an extension of MICT SETA. There's no us and them between you and us. We are the same family, because our goal should be one, that of ensuring that the nation is skilled. And I want to remind people, the cabinet of this country adopted a program a few years back. They called it ERRP, Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. In that document, it's about 30 pages. In that document, the word that resonates more than any other in that document, the entire document, you can go Google it and then search skills in the document. You'll find it's a word that resonates more than any other word in that document. But the question is, are we actually doing what that document mandates us to do, or focusing on that skills development to ensure that the economy is put on a different trajectory of growth? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. Yes, we might be sitting in a small corner in the Western Cape or in the Northern Cape or wherever, or one a training provider sitting there. But do you realize that what you do is actually responding to that imperative of ensuring that the economy grows? And therefore, what you do should not be taken for granted. You should realize that you're playing a critical role in building this country. Those who come after us must find a country. And if they have to find a country, it's what we do today. Yes, of course, we can't individually hope and believe that we can change the world. But we can contribute in that process of changing this country to be a better country. So this is why it's important that we engage with you guys in the manner in which we engage in. And also you help us by telling us, what do you think we need to improve? I must then address another aspect as before I sit down. Last time we were here, one of the things that was raised sharply by training providers was the vetting process, which was apparently tedious. And one gentleman was even saying, some of us, we don't even have physical spaces where we're training because we have gone digital completely. And therefore, why would you want me to have an office training hall and so on when I'm doing this training with people sitting in their different spaces elsewhere, and we've got mechanism of monitoring whether the notional hours that are expected are met and so on. We then said we will consider that and we'll make it possible to create space for that, and you would not be forced to always be vetted physically. But we further said the vetting for those training providers that still have hard infrastructure or have to have an in-contact classes, those who have delivered before, we should not be delaying the process of vetting because we know you've done it, so we can do it online, virtual vetting, to make the process efficient and faster. And I've been informed that that has been done, and I hope it works. You will know I'm unemployed, so I don't know those who are employed do this thing, but they inform me. So that's what I've been informed, and I've got absolute trust and belief in them. I think it shows that we wanted to respond to the expectation and requirements from you, because it's important that we must keep up with the developments. The world is going a particular route, and we need to catch up with that and still deliver as expected. Probably we must mention that this financial year, I've had a discussion with the CEO. We've agreed that the window period for the discretionary grant this year is going to be opened in June, right? You open it for 30 days, right? It's going to be open in June, and we request you guys to look out for that in June and respond to the priority areas that we would have put up. The second issue that's linked to this is you would have noted for this year, there's been a bit of delays with issuing of SLAs in relation to the DG that closed in September. And probably it's important to account for that. Part of the problem has been the demand that's extremely high, and probably we should expect it to be. I think we had responses of over 3,000. Yeah, somewhere thereabout, around 3,000 for a budget that's less than $1 billion. And actually, at one stage, when the committee that sifts through this, when we looked at those who were qualifying, it took us to $500 million more than what we have. And we can't spend money that we don't have, unfortunately. We then had to go back and revise and say, how do we trim down? And I'm going to touch on an aspect that is probably a bit sensitive and might make me not to be very popular in Cape Town. So when we had a $500 million over budget on what we have to allocate, then we asked ourselves the question, we can't start committing on money that we don't have because it's irregular to do so. So we had to reduce, cut down. Two ways of cutting is everybody who qualifies is given just little tiny bits that ultimately would not make any business sense, right? It's just being politically correct that everybody got something, 1, 3, 5, 10 here, 15 there, 2 there, and so on, right? We could do that, but I can tell you, it would backfire because that it would not have a proper impact that it's required. The other option, which I think we opted for, was to say, the truth is that all those who qualify, but then there should be different criteria that's developed, set of criteria that's set to look at who qualifies more than the other so that we give them numbers. We took a decision as a board a while back, about 2-3 years back, and said, it doesn't make sense to allocate a person 5 learners when your fixed costs are given, whether you have 5 or 20, the fixed costs are given. Now, if that's the case, what business sense does it make to allocate you 5? 0. But that's notwithstanding the fact that there will be special cases. I'll make an example. If there is radio training, you're not hoping to produce 50 DJs in one financial year. So probably there will be spaces because even the host companies will not be that much. So you could have 5 there. It can be justified. Why? But there are other sort of set of skills and programs that 5 doesn't make sense. Then you need, I think we set a threshold of 25, is it? I think somewhere 20, 25 as the minimum for those who are starting. And for those who are repeating, depending on what they applied for, we could even go bigger than that. But also we set a cap. We can't go more than 150, and 150 is special cases. When there's special cases that probably government has requested us to address a particular requirement in a particular area, then and numbers are suggested, then we can consider that. But otherwise, it will be anything between 25 and 150, depending on the number of other considerations that we have. So if we do that, that means we cannot give everybody at once. So we appeal to you to accept that one of the positions that we've taken is that No people, and I'm going to use a word that is probably not palatable. No one training provider must feel they've got a God-given right to colonize MICT SETA and believe that I've a right to have an allocation. No one has got that right. So if you are not awarded this year, it's fair to accept that there's somebody else that competed better than me, either skills that they wanted to deliver were in the priority and mine was not, or they had more experience, or they had this and other. That's an advantage to us. And I can confirm to you, we get audited by the Auditor General on these allocations, right? The Auditor General wants us to be totally open to a point where we say there's always a forensic investigation on us by Auditor General. But do we have a problem with that? No, welcome it. Because we want to be very open on how we made decisions of either awarding or not awarding. The Auditor General is able to audit our processes and minutes of meetings that make these decisions. So we are sure. Why is this red telling me the time is up? That's what we do, and I think it's important to mention that, because I don't want. We've had a situation. The CEO got a call recently, about a month or so ago. Got a call from a gentleman somewhere, I think Durban or something, insisting that no, I hear that I'm not awarded. Why I'm not? No, I want my own allocation. Who has got it right? No one has got it right. All of us are competing like everybody else. So I thought probably it's important to state that as I close, because I've been intimidated. So we come here to appeal for collaboration and working together with you as training providers, and also for you to openly raise issues that you think are necessary to raise with us. We realize that we are a SETA that is transversal, that cuts across different sectors of the economy, and therefore there'll be a demand that's excessive on our side. And we do believe that with what we have, you guys are going to help us to deliver what we are supposed to deliver. And we want to thank you for the work that you've done up to now. And I was told that the dropout rate is less than 2% or thereabout. That's probably acceptable. And I think that's a good thing, because it shows me then that learners take up these and commit to it to end, from start to end. And thank the universities and that we're partnering with and that we're working with in this space, because those are the spaces where new knowledge is generated, and I think they are very important to the work that we do. And with that, I need to say thank you to everybody for coming.
Chairperson, without spoiling the chairperson's words, it is so true that the success of any program begins with thorough recruitment. Don't just take anyone who wants a stipend. That's where the problem of stipend chasers come in. It's because we didn't have enough time to recruit and look at those learners so that they are really, really hungry to get the job. And also just to remind the stakeholders, since we are having a conversation, I'm going to say it's a conversation with our stakeholders. We have a new system now, and which I know all of you are aware about it. We are doing things online. We've heeded your call that is too much paperwork. So we've heeded the call. Please work with us. If you need any assistance, we are available at the regional office. We'll be holding your hands throughout the process. Don't feel intimidated. We are always there. And just also to provide some constructive feedback on the system from one of the stakeholders. I know she's connected online, but I won't mention her name. It's an email I got from her. I'll quote just one line. Saying, there were gaps on the system, but once resolved and the system worked, it was beautiful and it flowed. So it's an assurance that it will also flow for you guys. And now I would like to welcome the MICT SETA CEO. He has been meticulously leading the MICT SETA since 2021 with commendable leadership and vision. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Matome Mateban.
Thanks very much, Madam Tiki Hoto. Molweni. Akbare dames en heren. I guess that's how we greet. And then, ladies and gentlemen, good to be in your presence in the beautiful Cape Town, recently rated the most beautiful city in the world. Why don't you give it a round of applause? It tells you that South Africa is one of the best countries to be in. So we need to take pride in that as part of being patriotic South Africans. And we must be proud to be South Africans, right? Are we proud to be South Africans? Yes, let's keep that pride going. We must be proud of our country. If you listen to Americans when they say, our America, you can't stop them. So we must also say our South Africa. Yes. If you go out to the other side of Africa, you realize how far we are and how much more we can win if we work together. And let me, ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, greet the chairperson of the Accounting Authority of MICT SETA, Mr. Simpue Tobela, for giving his all to this machinery, the skills development machinery called MICT SETA. And the senior management team, we've got Ms. Buntle Mkwena seated right in front. She's the lady in red. We have Ms. Natalie Nelson seated the other side. We have Mr. Ernest Nemgavini seated right at the corner there. And then we have got Ms. Gugu Sema seated somewhere. I saw her earlier on. Yes. We've got colleagues who are attached to marketing and office of the CEO. There's George Sebe, the other side, right at the corner there. There's Miss Rochelle Fettman seated somewhere. Actually, Miss Fettman is from Cape Town. It's your home girl. And then there's Miss Claviso Machikiza seated right in front. Yeah, I think I've covered all the colleagues. There's also one of our strategic partners that Chair acknowledged, Mr. Muleye, seated right here, but there's another colleague who works with Mr. Muleye, both attached to Zetna. They are our strategic partners, colleagues, and thanks very much for coming to this event. I somehow didn't see Mr. Marshall today. I wonder whether he decided to sabotage MICT SETA or not. Mr. Marshall. I've seen quite familiar faces. It feels like I stay in Cape Town. I saw quite a number of faces behind me. Mr. Marshall, a number of colleagues here that I saw. Welcome to this session, colleagues, and we greatly appreciate your attendance of our sessions all the time, whether it's annual general meeting, whether it's this kind of a session, you always are there with us. And it's always a privilege, ladies and gentlemen, and one is greatly honored to have served this forward-looking and fast-moving agile entity called MICT SETA for the past 4 years now, since 2019, as Senior Manager Corporate Services and now CEO. This exciting journey of equipping our youth with much needed future skills, thereby creating value in the society collaboratively with yourselves, it's incomparable and remains one of the most fulfilling roles in the society because of the direct impact, ladies and gentlemen, that it has in many lives and many families. I must indicate, when the president set up the 4R Advisory Commission back in, was it April 2019, Google? April 2019, it was very clear that he visualized that the future ahead of us has become more unpredictable and needs a more proactive and inclusive approach. More curiosity, ladies and gentlemen, and the need for all of us to get out of our comfort zone and avoid complacency. Now, the question, ladies and gentlemen, to all of us is, are we becoming more inquisitive with the kind of technologies that we are facing and curious around issues of innovation so that we innovate more and claim our stake in this massive economy called new economy? They call it digital economy. You have the answers when it comes to that, because innovation rests with you. Are we becoming uncomfortable, ladies and gentlemen, against the conventional way of transferring knowledge and building skills as part of rising above the associated risks that come with, amongst others, artificial intelligence? Of course, there's a lot of benefits. You cannot dispute that. Ensuring that we continue to be part of building some of these cross-cutting technologies that should change the landscape, whilst ensuring that quality content or production of quality graduates is part of our agenda. Are we doing that, ladies and gentlemen? It's about a year ago, I think we had GovTech in Durban. Our Honorable Minister, Dr. Blade Nzimande, in his address during the conference, said that skills development must never be treated in isolation from innovation, that the two are inseparable. And if we are to make greater societal impact, we have to train and, on the other hand, ensure that we innovate. All of this, ladies and gentlemen, have mind-blowing implications for skills. That's what all of this has when it comes to what we are facing. And as custodians, champions, and leaders in the ecosystem, we need to collaboratively accelerate equipping youth who are mostly affected by poverty, unemployment, and inequalities with a more enhanced basket of skills, including strengthening their entrepreneurial and soft skills, particularly critical and analytical thinking, but also problem solving, ladies and gentlemen. We need to strengthen beyond just basic skills of what we are assigned or tasked to offer if we are to ensure that we attract a lot of young people to better compete in the mainstream digital global economy. We need to nourish their coding and programming capabilities so that their transitioning is seamless and doors of opportunities for them are broadened beyond merely securing jobs. And we create a climate where some of them can create opportunities and build their own startups, and we incubate them into the mainstream economy as entrepreneurs, could be emerging entrepreneurs, whilst others can become high-end entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of being more deliberate by responding to occupations in high demand within the sector, you'll note a number of occupational qualifications developed from artificial intelligence developer to cybersecurity, cloud computing. MICT is offering all of those. Ms. Gugusama will articulate some of them. Your Internet of Things, all of those have been developed collaboratively with a broader stakeholder, including QCTO, and many others. It's a total of 50 qualifications as part of us deliberately responding to the dictates of fourth industrial revolution, so that we are not left behind in terms of curriculum. And as we articulate some of these priority areas that address sector needs, we don't find ourselves continuing to mislead our young people into wrong career choices because we are not offering what the economy requires. So we need to continue to respond to the compelling priorities of the economy at all material times, because the needs, the resources there are very much limited, and we need to use them for what matters the most. Whilst the sector has, ladies and gentlemen, to lead in innovation by building products and digital solutions for commercialization purposes, MICT SETA, regardless of its limited resources, leveraged on its strategic partners in line with the provisions of the National Skills Development Plan, the white paper on post-school education and training, and the integrated digital skills strategy. All of these papers, ladies and gentlemen, all of these documents, all of these legislative pieces emphasize the issue of leveraging on strategic, mutually beneficial partnerships in order to do more. And we have done that very well with our varsities of technology and other universities across the country, and made great strides in developing what my colleague Tiki has alluded to, the integrated learner management system. And that was developed by one of our post-school education and training partners called Tshwane University of Technology. The system that was used even recently to submit WSP and ATR documents was developed by exactly that particular university through the collaborative partnership that we have. Would you mind to give that a round of applause? Whilst we are trying to ensure that we innovate as MICT through this collaborative partnership, our expectation is you as stakeholders must lead. And we have other solutions to show our commitment to innovation as MICT SETA. They're currently being developed across the country by various universities. Your e-recruitment solution by VUT, that's Vaal University of Technology, it's currently under development. MICT SETA intranet, it's developed by University of Johannesburg. Knowledge and Information Management Plan is currently under development by Durban University of Technology. The Cybersecurity Plan and Enterprise Architecture and ICT Master Plan is currently under development by CPUT. There's Career Hub, currently under development by TUT. There's e-learning platform, currently under development by TUT. There's Management Information System, equally under development by UK is around. There's GIS currently underdeveloped by Northwest University, and there's also TVET College SETA Times website that has also been developed by one of the universities. It's actually University of Limpopo. Let's give those a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, these are key projects that demonstrate the capacity of the state and that innovation is possible if we work as a team and collaborate, complement each other, regardless of ideologies and values, for a change and to move our country forward. We don't always have to compete with each other. We can still embrace each other and do even better as SMME community, partnering with both medium and big business to build confidence in what we produce. At the end of the day, should be quality graduates that would attract the attention and interest, but also build confidence in big business so that they take up these learners and incubate them where necessary into startups, because that's the only way we can make greater impact. Before I address overarching issues, ladies and gentlemen, I must state that what kills most businesses is complacency. So please do not be complacent. Never be complacent, because if you become complacent, you'll be shown disaster before it's too late. So don't be complacent in your business, and ensure that you permeate issues of lifelong learning, particularly as it relates to innovation. Technology is underpinning and will transform every sector and industry, consequently increasing productivity for companies that have adjusted. So we need to ensure that we digitize and develop much needed solutions of the 21st century. There are things we've prioritized. I will not overemphasize them. We have focused a lot of attention on new curriculum aligned to fourth industrial revolution. Google will talk to that. More than 50 qualifications have been developed. More investment in research and innovation, hence partnerships with universities, where we have got what we call 4 research chairs. These are thought leaders. These are professors across various universities. And we fund their masters and doctoral students as part of ensuring that we continuously invest in research for continuous development and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have entrenched a culture of sharing the little that is there. If you look at the statistics, I'll talk to that in just some 2 minutes. We used to fund something like 218 back in 2019, 2020, 219 stakeholders countrywide. We have more than doubled that. We now fund more than 480 something stakeholders, because we believe through the board that we have to share the little that is there to as many as possible. Hence the small numbers is deliberately because we believe each and every one can make an impact in the community where they belong or where they see they can make that little impact. Ensuring that innovation happens, in the space through collaborative partnerships we forged with the industry and varsities. Leveraging on collaboration with varsities and the challenges that we have always encountered. There are good news, there's always a good story to tell. Vicky has well articulated that, done by some of the film industry partners that we have in Cape Town. But there are still challenges that we experience in isolated cases, like non-payment of stipends to learners. We'll pay a stakeholder, and that stakeholder will just deliberately not pay learners. Non-placement of learners, it's one of the other challenges that we have. We still have stakeholders who just literally submit fraudulent documents to us. Those are some of the challenges that we continue to experience. Ernest will talk to that in his submission. It also affects a lot of the ETQA side. Probably she'll talk to that. That's why we developed a highly protected solution that has to do with certificates. So let's continue to work together, ladies and gentlemen, so that we can transform more lives into those of quality, so that they can also benefit from innovation, which is more than $1 trillion industry. And you should be the champions that ensure that we lead when it comes to that space. The Auditor General of South Africa prioritizes more often than not 4 critical areas. The first area, ladies and gentlemen, that is being prioritized is that which addresses issues of reliable annual financial statements. The second area, which is very fundamental, is reliable performance information. The third area, it's compliance when it comes to supply chain management related contracts. And the fourth area is that which talks to sound corporate governance. Your role when it comes to reliable performance information must never be underestimated. It goes beyond measure, because the kind of documents that you submit when it comes to learner information, when it comes to what you have delivered in that particular month or quarter to qualify for a tranche payment is what AG audits. They audit the reliability of that information, and keeping that database and record of your learners after they left, it's just as fundamental as anything that you can think of. So you need to keep track and record of your learners even after they would have left, just for a few years. If you have to keep it for at least 2 to 3 years, the better it becomes, so that, because AG tends to audit you this year, and the next thing when they come back, they audit you even for what they audited, if something could be revealed that dictates for them to do some re-audit. So you need to keep that record of your learners at all material times. Our audit was negatively affected. When was it? In 2021, 2022, 120, is it 21, 22 or 22, 23? 22, 23. Our audit was negatively affected. We got an unqualified audit opinion, and purely because of that particular element that talks to the information that we receive from you as stakeholders. So let's make sure that at all material times, we submit information that is legit and can be accounted for, but also justified. So record of performance for the past years, it's straightforward. In 2019-20, we obtained an unqualified audit opinion. In 2020-2021, we got a clean audit. 21-2022, we got an unqualified audit opinion. That was purely because of the information that was not that legit and convincing as it relates to learner data and all of that. So let's make sure that at all material times, that information is as accurate and above board as it possibly can be. 2022-23 financial year, we got our clean audit, and we are now in 2023-24. We are hoping to still maintain a good audit outcome. 5 years annual performance to date, 2019-20, we got our 83%. 2020-2021, we got 75%, we went down. 2021-2022, we got 90%. 2022-2023, we got 95%. And 2023-24 financial year, we got 96%. Hoping that even after it has been audited, it will still stick to that. Those are key areas, ladies and gentlemen, that I think I should share with you. And let's keep the fire burning in equipping the young people of this country so that we realistically transform the quality of their lives and those of their families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. As I said earlier, it's the leadership with a vision. So we all depend on you to get another clean audit with an added percentage this time around. The conversation is getting bigger now. The CEO is challenging each and everyone to be innovators. Let's stop being consumers. Let's be producers. One time I was watching a TV show that diamonds are mined here in South Africa and cleaned in Europe and then come back to sell in South Africa. Is that fair? Not at all. Not at all, guys. We do have really diverse stakeholders in the ICT, and the CEO has just re-emphasized that we do not have to be the same to have an impact. Each and every one of us who are here today, I do believe that we have that capability to have an impact as different as we are. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go over to the 4 pillars that make up the SETA, who we are as a SETA. Firstly, we have a sector skills plan, which oversees the research within the sector. Each and every year, the SETA has to do a research. The reason to do a research that's being done yearly is to make sure that we are relevant. The sector is changing at a very high speed, the speed that none of us can really attain. So we need to be up to date at all times. And the next division, the next pillar of the SETA is the quality assurance. Now you've done the needs analysis, you've done the research. Then are there any qualifications to meet that need? And then comes the Department of the Quality Assurance to make sure that we develop qualifications to meet the sector skills plan needs. And we also have the 4IR division. This division also develops qualifications. However, the qualifications are in the new emerging technologies, or what some people call future skills. And lastly, but not least, we've done the research, we've developed the qualifications. Now we need to realize the plan. How are we going to do that? Then there comes funding. The LPD division, which each and every one of us are taking it the other way around. Remember when I introduced the pillars, it was in chronological order. So the last one is not the main one. The last one is to make sure that the other ones are all viable. And all of these divisions, they don't work as solely alone. They are all interdependent on each other. And now my job to welcome you for the day, I think is done now. I'll hand over now to the head of the marketing division, Ms. Kabiso Machikiza, to take us through the divisions and the pillars I've just mentioned for the SETAs. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we this morning? Good. I'd like to welcome you once more. I'm sure you really do feel like honored guests that every speaker coming up on the podium so elegantly and warmly welcomes you as our stakeholders. I think that's obviously testament to the fact that we do deem you as a very important partner in the work that we do here at the SETA. We are hosting a hybrid stakeholder engagement today. And I think one of the speakers that spoke before me did mention and extend greetings to all our stakeholders that are joining us virtually online. So this is just to also extend the conversation, not just here in the room at the CTICC, but to ensure that the conversation grows legs from a virtual perspective. So now that we are here in this room as well, we are not only just saying that our virtual stakeholders joining us online should engage on our online platforms, but we also invite and encourage you here to use the hashtag MICT Stakeholder Engagement 2024. As I have been introduced by our regional manager of the Western Cape, Mr. Gizwa Khoto, my name is Abiso Machikisa, and I am the Marketing and Communications Manager. My job here today is to drive the second part of the program, which will obviously cover the key organizational updates from our core division focus areas. But I think it's also opportune for me to give special recognition once more to our chairperson of the board for gracing us with his presence today, Mr. Simphiwe Thobela. I'd also like to extend appreciation to our dynamic CEO, Mr. Madume Madibana. I think building on some of the insightful remarks and nuggets from the keynote address and as well as the CEO's overview, I think it's also quite key to highlight the standout demonstration of collaboration and strategic partnership in action that has been exemplified by a few of the many examples. I think it's not just the SA Film Academy, it's not just YMM Media. I think around the room or here across all our subsectors, media, electronics, telecommunications, ICT, film and broadcast media, there have actually been actionable and impactful results gained from the programs that have been implemented through our various different skills development interventions. And I think as the chairperson has highlighted, it's also testament to the hard work, to the dedication of our very small Western Cape team. Their hard work and commitment to our skills development mandate in the province have truly made a difference, and I think we can give them a round of applause for that. As Triguza mentioned in her introduction, at the heart of our organization are these core divisions, SSP, LPD, ETKA, and 4IR. And I think we can think of them as strategic architects, that lead the way in our research, our planning, our implementation, and importantly, our quality assurance. And as much as the CEO has introduced our senior management and some of our colleagues, both from head office and also recognized the Western Cape team, I'd like to just take this time to officially introduce them as the panelists behind the core divisions of the MICT SETA, who will also present in order of mention on the program. Help me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the senior manager for sector skills planning, Ms. Buntle Mogwena, seated here on stage. Please give her a round of applause. Ernest Nemogabini heads up the learning programs for the MICT SETA, and Ms. Natalie Nelson heads up the education, training, and quality assurance. And last but not least, who will present last for us today would be Ms. Gugu Sema, who heads up the 4IR division. We can give them collectively a round of applause. Before I end my intro, I think today isn't just a gathering, ladies and gentlemen. It's a conversation, as Ms. Tsigiza Khoto so elegantly put it. Ms. Buntle will, as I said, will guide us. But prior to that, I think it's a vital opportunity for us to engage with you. We also here just to, foster meaningful connections and also try to drive innovative ways and progress within our sector. So we will allow for a Q&A session after each presenter. We'll take 2 presentations, and then both for sector skills planning and for learning programs, we can then voice our opinions, and we can then share our comments thereafter. We'll break for tea quite briefly, but what we are trying to get to happen is that instead of having presentations that take place after lunch, we will try and get all the presentations up so that we can also try and let you go quite early without necessarily taking away from the business of the day. I think just to get house rules out of the way, we'd gladly appreciate if you could keep your cell phones on silent just to have minimal distractions. We understand that life does go on. As much as you've taken the time out of your busy schedules today, we are obviously not wanting you to ostracize your day-to-day business as usual work. So if we can keep our phones on silence, there is Wi-Fi available just to connect and such that we are able to share in the conversation online. My colleague, Mr. Kotatso Molefe, can assist you with the Wi-Fi. He's seated in the audience over there should you want to connect. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to now give up the podium for Ms. Buntle Mokoena to take us through the sector skills planning. I think if we can just get the presentation there under the sector skills planning overview, I'd appreciate it. Thank you and welcome once more.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning to everybody, our stakeholders. Good morning to our Chairperson of the Board, to our CEO, and to everyone in the room. My name is Buntle Mokoena. I'm the Senior Manager SSP at MICT SETA. My work here today is to give you a bit of feedback on the recent submission of the WSP-ATRs. Also, explain to you how we use that data and why that data is important to us. And also take you through the impact that we do in terms of impact studies or tracer studies that we do to measure the impact that we do as a SETA. So that's part of the presentation that I'll be doing today. I'll try and keep to the 20 minutes that I'm given. So as I have indicated, we will not delve deeper into the mandatory grants, but I'll touch on that briefly, the OFO, the recent WSP-ATR submissions, and also take you through what we call our sector plan or the sector skills plan. That is the plan that is the basis for the work of the SETA. As you know, in order for us to plan, we need to do a bit of demography or understanding of the population. So part of our sector plan is actually to understand the population that we plan for, which is the MICT sector employees and employers. In terms of OFO codes, according to the recent submission, I will not go into detail on that one because the submission deadline has passed. We have also had support sessions with our SDFs where we took them through the submission. We took them through the different OFO codes. Version 2021 was used during the submission. I'll also give you sort of a summary of the recent WSP-ATRs that we've received. Okay, that is just a snapshot of sort of the trend analysis of WSP-ATR's submissions in the last 5 years. As you can see, the current submission that was closed at the end of April 2024 has been our highest submission rate with 1,931 WSP-ATRs received, and I think we deserve a round of applause for that. So that information is very important to us because it allows us to have insights into our employees, into our employers, in terms of the employees in the workplaces, what are their skills needs, what are their skills gaps, et cetera, et cetera. Also to give you a snapshot of those that's submitted at the end of April, 402 WSP ATRs were received from the Western Cape. Also to remind you that the Western Cape is the third largest province for us in terms of employees and employers. Also to go back to 2023-24 financial year WSP ATR, so these were the ones that were submitted in the previous year. There were companies who submitted their WSP ATRs, but they actually never followed up with outstanding documents. So unfortunately, at the end of March, they lost those funds. So they lost the monetary grant that they could have benefited from. So this is also a reminder in the current submission period in terms of the WSP ATR that we submitted at the end of April. If we come back to you as part of our evaluation process and we indicate to you that you have outstanding documents, we cannot process your application. It could be because of outstanding banking details or not so up-to-date banking details. It could be that there's an issue with your authorization page. It might have not been signed accordingly, etc. We will indicate the reasons why you need to actually fix what we're asking you to fix. Should you fail to do that, come March 2025, it means you would have forfeited your mandatory grant. So I would like to encourage you to actually make sure that your submissions are in full. Should we come back to you and ask for you to actually furnish us with supporting documentation, because we are one part of the submission process. Our finance actually validates banking details. I think this is where we find a lot of issues. If your banking details are not in order, our finance department will not be able to process your application. We've also had companies who missed the deadline last year, and this is a challenge that we face. But I think last year we had two big companies who suffered at this, where the skills development facilitator, who is an external person, did not submit the WSP ATR on time or did not submit on behalf of the company. So those two big companies actually lost a huge amount of money because they did not meet the deadline. As we are very much regulated, we cannot extend to anybody if you have not applied for an extension. If you need to apply for an extension, it must be done before the end of April of every financial year. We have received a few this year that we are working towards. So please, I would like to encourage employers who employ external SDFs to actually keep track of the work of the SDFs, because this is where we find the gap is when the SDF leaves, nobody within the company actually takes charge of the WSP ATR submission. Then ultimately you would have lost your mandatory grant. Okay, the next slide is the summary of the SSP findings. So this is a bit of demography, as I've indicated, not at a larger scale as Stats SA, but at a scale of our own subsectors, where we try to understand the population that we're planning for, or these are the employees, in terms of skills planning, in terms of skills demand and skills supply, and also in terms of understanding where the skills gaps are. That will inform qualification development. Once the qualifications are developed, it will also inform the implementation of programs, which will be the next presentation after mine. So I'll briefly share with you our sector plan. So this, if you go on our website, the plan is there. It's a 5-year plan, which normally starts with the strategic period. So it would have started in 2020 to end March 2025. Within the 5-year plan, we have what we call annual updates. This will allow us to actually understand the current changes in the sector so that we can actually keep up to breast with those changes. Also in terms of what you have indicated in the WSP ATR as our skills needs, and also what are the challenges that you're facing. So in terms of the sector plan, we have five chapters. The first one is the sector profile, which is a bit of demography, as I've indicated. In that chapter, we learn about how many employees we have in the sector, what is the race, what is the gender, what is the education level, what is the disability, where are these employees situated, because with each area or province, the skills needs and the skill supply issues are not the same, so there are nuances according to the regions. We also look at where most of our employees and employers are actually situated. I will share with you in the next slide, chapter 2, that's where we go into the key skills issues. So here we're looking at the change drivers. A change driver, it's a factor affecting change in terms of skills. It could be in a positive or negative manner. So we look into those nuances as well in terms of the MICT sector. When I refer to the MICT sector, I'm actually referring to our 5 subsectors, which I will touch on. So those are the 5 subsectors that we are responsible for. And we have chapter 3, which is the occupation and occupational shortages and skills gaps. So this is where we do the analysis of the skills demand and skill supply. So on the supply side, we're actually also looking not only what we can get from the labor market, but we're also looking at the higher education institutions on the supply side, meaning the qualifications development, what qualifications are readily available, what qualifications do we need to actually develop that are not currently available, and that is also based on emerging skills, etc. Then we have chapter 4, which are sector partnerships. So that's where we actually detail the sector partnerships we have. So these vary, as they have indicated before. We have research chairs which will form part of sector partnerships. We have TVET colleges, which we have partnerships with. We have employers who we have partnerships with. We have professional bodies who we have partnerships with. So all of these are actually covered in chapter 4. Then we have chapter 5, which is talking about monetary evaluation. So that's where we actually specify how the SETA evaluates itself, how the SETA monitors programs. One of the aspects of that chapter is actually the tracer study, which I will touch on towards the end of my presentation. Chapter 6, we detail the skills priority actions. So these are the priority actions that the SETA normally focuses on for a 5-year period, which I will touch on. As we are ending the 5-year period in March 2025, I'll just take you through the priority actions that we have been focusing on since 2020. So in that slide, that's chapter 1. That's the sector profile. That's a bit of the demography. So as we've indicated, we have 5 subsectors in MICT SETA. We have advertising, which counts for 6%. So the first line there, we are actually illustrating levy payers and non-levy payers. So the non-levy payers are those that don't make 500,000 and above in a year. But they are also critical to us because when you submit a WSP-ATR, even though you're not a levy payer, you're able to get a temporary L number from SARS. That allows us to get the sector information. It will also allow you to apply for a discretionary grant. So even though you might not be contributing a levy, you can access the discretionary grant when you have that temporary L number that shows that you are actually submitting your WSP-ATR. As the WSP-ATR, it's sort of an intelligence into our sector in understanding the population that we plan for. So in terms of those combined, 6% accounts for advertising, 9% is for film and electronic media, electronics 16%, information technology, which is our biggest subsector, as you would see. Also, most of our programs and obviously most of our budget will be biased towards the subsector. Then lastly, we have telecommunications, which is at 15%. If we had to look only at the employers who are levy paying, so meaning these are employers who are able to claim a mandatory grant every year, 7% is advertising, 5% is film and electronic media, 16% is electronics, 50% is information technology, and 23% is telecommunications. Employers by province. So in that slide, we're actually outlining where our employers are. So these are the companies in the sector. So this is also very important to us. You'll note from that map that Gauteng is our biggest province. That is followed by the Western Cape and followed by KZN and followed by the rest of the other provinces. So we'll also see if you had to go into our budget, those provinces, the top 3 would account for most of the money in terms of program implementations, because this is where many of our employers and employees are actually situated. So Western Cape accounts for 28%. Employment in the MICT sector. So here we're actually profiling the employees in the sector. In terms of Western Cape, it accounts for 23%. Still, the majority of our employees are in Gauteng with 50%, followed by KZN and the other provinces. Employment in the MICT sector. So in terms of the economy, we're looking at about 16.7 and over that million of employees in the economy. If we had to go to the MICT sector, we're accounting for 221,738. That is precisely only based on the WSPATR data. This number could be higher based also on other information, but we specifically just focus on the MICT sector data from the WSPATRs. That number is definitely higher, also based on Stats SA data, et cetera. And for the Western Cape, in terms of the submissions that we've received, employees here account for 50,979 within our MICT 5 subsectors. So if we have to go to the next slide, so where we are looking at the subsector distribution of employees, as I have indicated, we have 5 subsectors. We have advertising accounting for 3%. We have film and electronic media accounting for, can't see there, 4%. Then we have the information technology accounting for 54%, and we have advertising accounting for 3%. We have electronics accounting for 8%, and we have telecommunications accounting for 31%. Maybe let me focus on my tablet. Just a moment. In the next slide, we're profiling the sector profile of employees. This is the national picture in the MICT sector. As you can see, if we had to go through gender and race, in terms of gender, 56% of employees in the sector are male, 44% are actually females. In terms of Africans, they account for 46%, whites 27%, colored 16%, and 11%. We'll detail this in the next slide. If we had to go according to the occupational distribution, so this is based on the OFO. I'm hoping most of you are familiar with the OFO and you will understand that occupational categories. So this is the national picture. So if we start at the top, which is at the bottom on the slide, which is managers, which is the highest occupational category. This is where we find managers, CEOs, MDs, etc., people leading the organizations or who are in very high positions within the organization. You can see that Africans only account for 8%, whites 27%, Indians 14%, and colored 10%. If we go up into the next level, which is professionals, which is also the highest level in terms of the OFO. So these are people with professional designations who are professionals in their sectors. Africans account for 29%, whites account for 34%, Indians 40%, and colored 37%. We see if you go to the next one, which is technicians and associate professionals here, Africans account for 20%, 19% for whites, 20% for Indians, and 13% for colored. And then there are 5 more levels up. Of interest for me is also the last one, which is elementary occupations. If you go there, you'll see that we still have people within those elementary occupations, even though it's at a small number. But it means that we might, obviously, we still need to implement adult education and training. If we go to the next slide, there we're profiling the Western Cape demographics. That's in terms of race and gender and occupational levels by race in terms of the OFO. In terms of the MICT sectors, 53% are males, 47% are females. Of that, Africans account for 26%, whites 27%, colored 26%, Indians 21%. That also shows sort of a balanced view in terms of distribution of race. But if we had to go to the occupational levels by race, if we start according to the OFO, the highest level there, you'll see that, in fact, 64% of those occupations are occupied by whites, and that is followed by coloreds, followed by Indian, and followed by Africans. If we move a level higher, you'll see that professionals still dominated by whites, followed by coloreds and Africans, and then followed by Indians. In the third category, which is technicians and associate professionals, that category is dominated by coloreds at 42%, followed by whites and followed by Africans, with the least Indians there in the sector. Then if you had to go to the top part, which is the elementary occupations, you'll see that Africans account for 27%, 24% by whites, 25% by colored, and 24% by Indians. So you'll see that there's a bit of a skew in terms of the Western Cape demographics, in terms of the number, in terms of race. We know the majority of people in the Western Cape are Africans, followed by coloreds, with the whites being the least population. But if you go according to the occupational distributions here, it doesn't actually show that picture in terms of the demographics of the province. I'll move on to the next slide, which I've covered briefly in the previous slide. So on the left is the national picture of the employees' profile by race. As you can see, majority are Africans at 46%, 27% whites, 16% coloreds, and 11% Indian. If we zoom directly into the Western Cape, you'll see that in terms of race, it's quite balanced according to the different races. In the next slide, we're profiling still the demographics. Here we're profiling disability. So we've given you the national picture on the left side. 59% of Africans within the MICT SETA subsectors are actually disabled. That is followed by whites at 22%, 14% coloreds, and 5% Indians. If you go to the Western Cape, the demographics say that 32% of Africans are disabled, followed by 28% of coloreds, whites at 24%, Indian 16%. This is also data received through the WSP-ATRs. So those that would have submitted, this is the analysis that we'll do on the data, as also our programs are also supported by this information or data. We're moving on to chapter 2, key skills issues. I have indicated this chapter is actually looking at the change drivers in the sector. So those changes in the sector those drivers in the sector that are affecting change, which are skills related in a positive or negative manner. In the last couple of years, in fact, in the last 4 years, technology has been our main driver. Even load shedding has been a driver in our different subsectors because of the way it has affected how work is done because of the interruptions of the load shedding. But the main driver has been technology, and I think this driver even came stronger through the COVID-19 outbreak. So technology has been the main driver, with those technologies there which fall under 4IR, which you might have seen also through our 4IR programs, and in terms of the programs that 4IR have been able to develop and implement. So in terms of the change drivers that we have listed there, we have cloud computing, we have Internet of Things, we have artificial intelligence, we have big data analytics, we have 5G, we have cybersecurity, we have automation and robotics, we have drone technology, virtual reality, and 3D printing. My time is up. I'm not even half through, so I'm just going to fly through. So these are the change drivers in the sector based on technology and the different technologies that the SETA has actually had to zoom in as we also receive that data through WSP-ATRs. Chapter 3, this is the chapter that talks to skills, demand, and supply. So this is where we actually in terms also of your WSP-ATRs, besides the research that we do to supplement that information. But this is the chapter that talks about what are the skills that are demanded in the economy and also in the MICT sectors? What is the supply of those skills, or are they readily available, those skills, to meet the demand from the employers? Also, we're looking at the supply side in terms of qualifications. Are those qualifications that are needed from employers available, or are these qualifications that don't exist, based on the findings from Chapter 2, and also based on the emerging skills that we know are coming up, and future skills based on the change that is being brought about by technology and the change in terms of the future. As we know, in the future is actually changing. Most of us in the future will actually working from a virtual platform as opposed to actually being in the office all the time. So there are changes that are coming there in terms of the future that we need to prepare for right now. So the slide in front of you is just to give you a summary. That's not the whole process, but in terms of the information that we would have received from the WSPATRs, there are questions that we ask you as you complete the form. We ask you how long has been a vacancy, how long has it taken you to fill a vacancy, what is the reason? So the reasons we're mostly interested in are those that are skills related. So if you're not able to find to fill a position just because of geography, it's not skills related. It means that skill is available, it's just in a different geographical location, and maybe because you might not be offering that person good incentives to make the move. So we are mostly interested in those that you cannot fill because you cannot find the skill. Because that list is also important, because that list also informs the Home Affairs sectoral occupations list of occupations in high demand. So these are occupations that are difficult to find in South Africa. That list means if that occupation is on that list, the employers are allowed to actually import it. So basically meaning get it from outside. But we need to satisfy ourselves that we cannot find that skill in South Africa before we actually go the route of actually allowing people to come to South Africa on that permit, on the scarce skills permit. There is a permit called a scarce skills permit. So basically the submissions you give us also inform that list in terms of the process I've listed. So however many times that occupation appears on the list, we weight it and we actually use that, and we also supplement it by other data sources. We also have focus groups that we have with our stakeholders. You might have been invited at some point to a focus group to actually triangulate the data that we have presented based on the WSPATR, also based on the other sources of data that we use, that the Stats SA, Quoted Labor Force data, etc. So from that chapter, then we draw up a list. This list is longer than this, but these are just the top 10. So this list also informs the discretionary grant window. So normally when the window is open, there's a particular focus areas that we list there. Those are not thumbsucked. They're actually coming from the sector plan in terms of the research and the analysis of the data we would have received from you. So the top 10 is just a glimpse of the top 10. As I have indicated previously, IT or information technology is our biggest subsector. So most of these will be biased towards that. And I think it's also in line with what's actually currently happening in the economy. So most of these occupations here, even if you go to the Home Affairs list, most of the occupations there are actually in ICT. So the first one is software developer, computer network and systems engineer, ICT system analyst, management consultant or business consult analyst, ICT security specialist, multimedia specialist, ICT sales representative, program analyst, developer program, and ICT project manager. As I've indicated, I don't have time. I'm just going to run through. So on that slide, we're actually just outlining the strategic skills priority areas or actions that the SETA has been focused on in the last 4 years, with this being the last year of the strategic period we have been focusing on, as you know. So a credible labor market information. So this is precisely talking to the WSPATRs that we receive from you. We have been working on making sure that information is received on time and is accurate. And I think the development of the learner management system as well has allowed us to actually get more information. You see that there are compulsory surveys that we've put on that system. So that's where we need information. We make it compulsory so that you can complete it. It will allow us to understand the nuances. Enablement of the 4IR, that's quite explanatory. We have a very focused 4IR department, which they will have an opportunity to present. In terms of occupationally directed programs, those are under program 3. These are the programs that we implement, different programs that MICT SETA implements. And also in terms of supporting initiatives that are demand-led, that is also through interactions with our sector partnerships, WSP, ATRs, etc. Increased and focused skills development for rural and marginalized communities. That's part of our rural development strategy, which we implement. Support the growth of the public college system, that is the TVET colleges. Lastly, support of SMMEs, which we have a high focus also on SMMEs. Entrepreneurships is one of our focus areas, and we know this is the area where the economy is growing, so it has been a focus area for a while. I'll go to the next slide. My time is up. I'm just going to run through. So this is just a 10-year comparison of where our levy income has been to where it is and how it has helped us, in fact, implement the programs that we have been able to implement. Just in the last 3 years, we have been able to collect that much, 2.7 billion, with the highest being in 2022-23, precisely for the implementation of programs and precisely from the levy contribution that we receive from our employers. So I think we deserve a round of applause for that. Learner enrollments and completions, I think that's, for me, this is the key slide for me. In order to understand where we were before to where we are, because we know learner enrollments and completions also have to do with program implementations, we rely heavily on skills development providers, training providers. We rely on learners to make sure they attend training so that they don't drop out. So that slide is also important. So it shows you over a 10-year period in terms of enrollments and completions. If you look at those numbers, we're looking at almost a 50% completion rate. And we know that the programs are not the same. So enrollments and completions will never match one-to-one, because if it's a 3-year program, it will not be completed in 1 year. So the start and the end will not necessarily be the same. But the 50% completion rate is quite encouraging over a 10-year period. And if I give you the 3-year snapshot, if you can see where we started, there was a huge gap at the beginning between 2020-21. If you go up to 2022-23, that gap is actually slightly closing. And if you see, the numbers are going up in terms of completions. So I think that also deserves a round of applause, because it means we are able to actually complete programs and meet the goals of what those programs were about. Lastly, this is the tracer study that I had said that I will take you through. I will also run through it, but this is just a summary. So in every year, we do a tracer study where we trace a particular cohort of learners who were on a MICT SETA program. We normally do it a year or two later so that we can actually be able to trace them properly to see if they were able to find employment, or were they able to start their businesses? Are they studying further? Were they able to be promoted where they work? Are they able to support families? If they allow us, they also share with us how much money they're earning, so we can see the change or the move. So in terms of in terms of current employment status for this cohort, which the study was done in 2022, but it was finalized in 2023, we traced the 2020-21 cohort. So this is the feedback from that study. I must also say that we have a current study that is taking place, almost to be done. So possibly in our next interaction, we'll be able to give you the findings from that study. So 72% of this 2020-21 cohort was unemployed when this study was done. And we know that this cohort was during COVID. It could have been during or just after COVID, but it's 2020-21. So that was a tough time at the time. Employment was not, was almost impossible. And if also you've seen the learner enrollments and completions, we had very low at that time. And then you have those 14% who are employed part-time. And we have those that were self-employed, which is 4%. And then if I go to the top 4 sectors where these learners were employed, so most of them were employed in the media and advertising and ICT, wholesale and retail, education, local government, and other. And then we also asked the learners where learners are employed or where they started their businesses in the formal economy or is it in the informal economy. So you would have seen there, you see that in terms of that picture, in terms of those that were in the formal economy, 46% of them were in businesses and 79% learners. And if I had to go to the salary, the average salary that the learner earns after completing this program, it's 7,207. 80% of the learners though earn below 10,000. When you ask them how many of them got promoted since completion of the learning program, 20% of them got promoted and the others did not get promotion. We asked them, well, do you think you're employed as a result of an MICT SETA learning program? 27% of them said yes, 73% of them said no. We asked them if after completing the program, did you go on to study further or not? 77% of them said no, they did not study further. 8% yes, full-time. 14% they studied part-time. We asked them how many dependents they have. Basically, we wanted to know how many people were relying on the learner stipend at the time also of the program. 20% said none, one. 29% said one. 23% said 2, 15% said 3, and 14% said 4. In terms of company benefits received, most of the benefits received listed there is the UIF, unemployment insurance funds, other benefits, medical aid, pension or provident fund, food allowance and travel allowance. Those who started their businesses, most of them, they were themselves. So it was them as the owner and the employee. And those that started their own businesses, 85% of them actually made less than 50K annual turnover. We also asked them, in terms of the occupations that you're in, did your qualification match the occupation that you're in? Those that said no match, 34%, partially matched, 20%. Those that matched perfectly were 46%. In terms of the completion rate of this cohort, 11% did not complete and 89% completed. That's all from me, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your attention.
Wentle, I think given the very tight schedule, we may not have given you justice in terms of time in covering a very key focus for the organization. But I think all the same, Wentle has given a succinct but quite an in-depth view of our sector skills plan. I think just to engage more in depth, the presentation for your information will be available. In fact, it is currently available on the website such that you can be able to interrogate the summarized view of the sector skills plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I think our Apple Watches, Garmins are probably calling for us to stand up. I think we've been sitting for quite a while. I'm going to ask us just to break for tea for about 10 minutes. I do want to get through the program expeditedly, but without necessarily losing any value. And when we come back, we will then hear from our learning programs senior manager, Ernest, who will take us through the learning programs. Then thereafter, we'll open up the session for Q&A, and then we will take the last 2 presentations before we break for lunch. So I'm hoping that in the next hour to 2, maybe about 15 minutes over, we should be able to be breaking for lunch just after 1 o'clock, about 1:30 or so. Please let us be back here by 11:40, such that we can then get through to our second session of the program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've gone against my own timekeeping principles. Apologies for that, but I hope we are all invigorated and we've had the body break that is needed. We've networked. I'm going to now drive us right into our next session of the program, which is to put the spotlight on our learning programs division, which is the cornerstone of our skills development. These programs not only shape the future workforce, but they also embody our commitment to excellence and innovation in all the subsectors in which we operate. Without further ado, please help me welcome Mr. Ernest Nemogabini to the program. And can we please move the presentation to the learning programs overview? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. I hope you are well. I'm going to take you through the presentation under learning program. Greeting to our chair, Mr. Spiwe Tobela. Greeting to our CEO, Mr. Matume Madibana, and MICT SETA family at large. And good morning once more again to all the stakeholders. And the mandate of the learning program is to implement the sector skills plan. Ms. Mkwena have presented a presentation to show what are the top skills that are required to be implemented in our sector. Doing that, we do have a budget that has been allocated to ensure that we implement this program successfully. And we spend 80% of our budget in implementing pivotal programs such as your learnerships, skills programs, short programs, and wheel programs. Then 20% of the budget have to be used to implement non-pivotal programs. In terms of how we spend, in terms of category around the level of skills, we have to spend 1% of the budget on low-level skills. 6.4%, it has to be used in training learners and employed workers on high-level skills, and 92.6% have to spend in training intermediate skills. I'm not going to repeat the challenges that we experience as we roll over this program. I'm just going to go straight to the intervention that are planned for 2024-2025 financial year. At the end of this presentation, you are going to write a test. I hope all of you got calculators because it's just basic mathematics, just additions and multiplications of figures. The first intervention is TVET placement. We are required to assist students that are coming from TVET colleges. For them to obtain their qualification, they have to do in-service training. Then the annual target is 1,864. That is the national target that needs to be implemented nationally. We spend 70,000 per learner, which consists of training grant as well as allowance, and the minimum allowance that need to be paid to those students is 3.8. Then we have allocated the budget of 130,480,000 to implement that program in partnership with you as stakeholders. The next intervention is university placement, where we assist students, mainly those that are coming from universities of technologies, for them to obtain their national diplomas and degrees. They have to do in-service training, ranging from 6 months up to 12 months. Then the annual target is 700 at a cost of 49 million, and we spend 70,000 per students with a minimum allowance of 3.8 a month. Then the next intervention, which is very key, is graduate internship programs. Our graduates that are coming from our colleges, from universities, both public and private, they produce universities annually who need to participate in the economy. And it has been noted that most of the graduates, when they come from this university, they are not ready for a workplace. And hence, we have this graduate internship program to bridge that gap so that we can prepare for the world of work for a period of 12 months. The annual target is 1,650 at a cost of 73,600 per students, and the allowance for these students is 3.8 a month. And one of the things that we have noted with graduate internship program, most of the employment are being created out of this intervention. I can say 70% of our learners that come from this program, in the main, most of them, they do get absorbed at the end of the program. And one of the things that we've also encouraged stakeholders to do is that as they implement this graduate internship program, they need to encourage our learners to start cooperatives, so that when they complete the internship program, they're able to run their own cooperatives. Then they can apply to other government agencies such as NYDA and SETA for funding so that they can participate in the economy. Gone are the days where we just have to produce job seekers. We must also produce learners who can start their own enterprise and participate in the economy. Then the next intervention is learnership. One of the things that we have noted as a SETA is that there is a high appetite by the stakeholder to implement this intervention. And it's one of the targets that is a little bit high compared to other intervention. The annual target is 4,050. We have planned to spend 250,000 to run this intervention. Can you write down this number somewhere? 263 250 000. You will need this for your exam. Then we'll move to the next interventions, which is candidates program. One of the things that we have noted as an entity is that most of the students, especially graduates coming from the ICT sector, they want to register as professionals after they've completed the program. Hence, we got this intervention that they can be prepared to be registered as professional within that space. The annual plan target is 90 at the cost of 70,000 per students. Skills program, the demand is also high here. Most of the stakeholders love to implement this intervention. The annual target is 1,000 at a cost of 40,400. You will need this number for your exam. Please write down 40,400,000. Then we'll move to the short programs. These are very key, especially in the ICT sector, where you do have most of the international companies, where they've got their own vendor programs that they run, like your SEP, your Cisco, your CompTIA, N+. Then the annual target is 950 at a cost of 47,880,000 per annum. That's the budget that have been allocated to run this intervention. We also have a plan for rural programs to promote township economy as well as rural economy. We have planned to implement virus intervention in rural areas. The annual target is 60. Then bursaries for the workers. The plan is to train 77 workers at a cost of 90,000 per worker. That's the amount that have been budgeted, 6 million, to fund these interventions. Bursaries for unemployed students. We do assist students that are studying degrees within our subsectors. We finance them at a cost of 90,000 per student. We have budgeted around 27 million to support 310 students. Then we have planned to support 15 centers of specializations. With various intervention, it will depend on the program that they are implementing, whether it's internship, learnership, or skills program. But this is the programs that really stimulate innovation within our subsector. The annual target is 15. We're going to support programs that build capacity in TVET colleges. We do have intervention such as bursary for the TVET lecturers. We also have intervention for skills development for their workers. That's the budget that we have planned to spend under these interventions. CET, they are very key in terms of skills development. We have planned to support 70 learners that are coming from this CET with various skills development at the budget of 2,450,000. Cooperatives, we're going to support 150 cooperatives in the current financial year. They will be doing various skills development interventions ranging from learnerships, internships, university placement, as well as skills program. In terms of SME support, the plan is to support 250 SME with various skills development. We're going to have intervention that touches the enterprise development. 150 learners are going to be supported. NGOs, we have planned to support 150 NGO. It will depend on the intervention that they're implementing, but the plan is to support 150 NGOs and NPOs. Programs that assist union workers, we have planned to support 210 workers in the current financial year and 110 workers on RPL programs. I'm going to take you through the process around discretionary grant funding. The chair have already announced that we're going to open the DG window in June. It's going to be online. One of the things that you need to do before you submit your application, I've got some few notes looking at your province. And one of the things that I've noted in terms of key economic activities is agriculture, which means you need to do scanning in terms of programs that can assist the agriculture sector within this province. You must also look at the intervention that can support the wine and grape sector within this province. You must also look at intervention that can support the mining sector in this province. You must also look at programs that can respond to the oil and gas sector within this province. You must also look at the energy sector in this province. There is a battery center that has been built in Worcester. You can think about the interventions that you can respond to that battery center. You must also think about programs that can respond to automations within the manufacturing sector. You must also think of the programs that can respond to the construction sector within this province. You must also think about the transport and the logistics sector, looking at our subsectors in terms of ICT, film, advertising, and electronics, which programs can respond to that sector. You must also think about the banking sector and the insurance sector within this province, which programs can respond to that sector, so that we train our learners so that they can be able to participate in this province. Once you look at your environment, then you can read the advert. The advert will reflect all those interventions that I've presented, starting from learnerships up to graduate internship programs. Look at the numbers and look at the top critical and scarce skills within our subsector. Read the sector skills plan. Is there on our website so that you can see what are the top priority skills that you can respond to. Then from there, you can submit your application. Focus on the mandatory compliance document. Make sure that all your documents are up to date so that we don't have issues with regards to non-compliance. Then the next step, the SETA do evaluate all the applications that are received within that window and responds to all the applications. Then once you are shortlisted, our advisors will come and conduct site vetting. And please prepare for that vetting so that you can have all the required documents that they will love to see during vetting. Avoid to stage and borrow those laptops for that one day, because they can come the following day and do another follow-up visit. make sure that everything is in order. Then from there, they will be able to make a recommendation regarding the outcome of your vetting. Then if you are meeting all the requirements, then the SETA issue an SLA that gets signed by both MICT SETA and the representative from your side. Please read the SLA as well. At the back of the SLA, there's an annexure which reflects in terms of how do you claim your disbursement. Going forward, starting from this financial year, you are going to generate your internship agreement or learnership agreement online from the system. The system will be able to allow you to do that. Then you are going to upload your ID of your learners, you upload all those supporting documents online. We're not going to accept manual submissions. Everything has to be done from the system. Our advisors, they're going to assist you with training so that you can know how to upload the information. You'll be able to track your submission online. Then that's how we're going to run the business going forward. In terms of the previous window, we have shortlisted 802 companies for a vetting. Then here, please focus on your province. You can see Western Cape in terms of number of interventions that they've applied for. They are highlighted in blue, it's 587, and 246 interventions have been shortlisted for vetting, and it amounts to 2,445 learners that need to be implemented in these provinces. This is one of the important slides for your exam. I hope you are ready with your calculator. We're going to focus on the learnership program. The target for learnership program is 450. Can you write down that number? 4,050. Then multiply that number by 65,000. 450 learners multiplied by 65,000. Are you done? 4,050 multiplied by 65,000. What do you get? You're going to get something like 263 million and some odd numbers. Then in terms of what the sector have required when they submit the application, you got 131,220 learners. Multiply that number by 65,000. Anyone who got an answer, please give me the answer. What do you get? 131,220 multiplied by 65,000. You are going to get something to do with like 8 billion, if I'm not wrong. That's the figure that the stakeholders have applied for. And annually, if you check the presentation that was presented by Ms. Mkwena, she have reflected that in 3 years, it's something to do with about 2-point-something billion. That's our annual revenue, which means the demand is always higher than what we have as a sector. Hence, it's very difficult for the SETA to allocate each and every stakeholders who apply for funding. Hence, we're encouraging you that please, there are 21 SETAs. Please, when they open the DD window, also apply to those SETAs as well, because we're operating in a very limited budget. That's the end of my presentation. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Ernest, for presenting the learning programs overview so succinctly. I think, ladies and gentlemen, from a key takeout that I can put forward from Ernest's presentation is that when considering interventions, we need to look at the geographic economic focus areas, such that we are then able to tailor to provide rather tailored programs and solutions that would then address the specific needs of our sector within those regions. And I think by closely aligning our interventions with the economic priorities of each area, we can then maximize the impact of our initiatives and drive sustainable growth whilst responding to those targeted training programs. So I think when the discretionary grant window then opens in about a month or so, we need to ensure that we are responsive to what these predetermined objectives are. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to open up the floor for Q&A. We've heard 4 presentations at the start of our program. We've heard from the chairperson of the board, who opened up with his keynote address. The CEO also provided an overview, and we heard from our sector skills planning as well as our learning programs. So I'm sure we do have some comments from all the presentations and the addresses that we've heard from. We will have roving mics. There are about 3 roving mics. My colleagues will just be roaming around the room. So if you could please just, by show of hands, lift your hand, introduce yourself, the organization in which you represent. And if I can just request that we keep our questions to 30 seconds. We do have quite a full room. So in order to provide everyone a chance to express their opinions, it would be greatly appreciated if we could be mindful of our time. So ladies and gentlemen, the floor is now yours. Ms. Khoto did highlight to us that it is a conversation. So let's have a conversation. This is actually your session. We obviously want to ensure that we give a fair approach for all our comments to be put forth. Any questions? Thanks. We'll take a question for the gentleman here. And I think if anyone else will have a question, if you could please just raise your hand, I'll recognize you such that the flow is a bit quicker. You may go ahead, sir.
Ma'am, good afternoon. My name is Rian Hoffman. I'm from Northern David College. Mine is 30 seconds, only a merely comment. Just to express our appreciation from a TVET space whereby MICT SETA has heeded a call whereby your office from the, your executive down to the management has extended the internships. Normally it was 12 months, but now, you've been very gracious to extend to another 6 months. That decision of yours has, positive impact whereby the student is able to be certified and to acquire the qualification he or she has studied. And ultimately, as we all know, it adds to, to the economy whereby he or she will be able to be absorbed in a permanent opportunity. So from a TVET perspective, from a Northern perspective, thank you very much for that contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think that comment is obviously quite welcomed, panning to the fact that not only do we stand up here and provide organizational updates, but we actually do engage in your feedback and look at a result orientation by implementing some of your requests. So that is quite welcomed. We have a question at the back. I hope we have a mic there.
Thank you very much. My name is Marshall from the Youth Media Movement. I just want to thank the MICT SETA for playing a pivotal role in making sure that 4IR gets really promoted. But I have a short question for the panelists, and I'm sure this might be out of your scope, but please can you help me? Because when we talk about lifelong learning, if we look at the youngster today, when he's over 35, he will still continue studying, but where will he get support? And my question today would be, because we had a summit on the 23rd of April, and the summit theme was Together Skilling the Nation. Now, when we talk about the nation, are we only focusing on youth? And what about the adults? Because remember, prior 1994, those adults that is now today, they are struggling also. And they can't access also opportunities. Can our SETA also be maybe the front runner to see how we could maybe assist those adults? I just want to close because how does the SETAs respond to the NSD 2030? And it's very clear when you launch the SHIHIP, which is the SETA Integrated High Impact Program, it only focuses really on youth. But that youth must still go back to the same homes where the parents are still, some of them are uneducated. And we're really trying to break that gap because between the two, how do we service it? And then lastly, you know, in the NSD, they speak of the chapter 8, transforming human settlement in page 289, building capabilities, society at large. Can we serve those? Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Nelson. We've got a question as well. May I please just ask that we get another mic ready? So as one speaker concludes their question, we already have a mic.
Hi there, my name's Seaton Bailey. I'm from the SA Film Academy. I just wanted to ask the SETA what it's doing. I mean, we are pioneering with 4IR and it's amazing what you're actually doing. But what I just wanted to ask is one of the biggest challenges we have with skills programs, just for example, is that many of our learners or our students don't, for argument's sake, have computers. I mean, there's just this huge issue with converging technology, but also the digital divide. So the key we have is just people don't have access to an uncracked version of Adobe Premiere, for example. So when they're responding with their material, it comes to you in a way that's very difficult to assess. And we're just hoping that you're going online, because now we're looking at Moodle, which is a very interesting open source piece of technology to try and put everything that we do digitally online, so we don't face these challenges. But I just want to know what the SETA is doing conversely or on the other side to try and deal with these massive digital divide challenges that we face with our interns, because from an in-service training point of view, it's fantastic. They're learning and growing, but as soon as they get into the theoretical material, it becomes a minefield. It really, really does. And it's so difficult for them to deliver on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Seton. I'll take another question. There's two, in fact. There's one on the second row from the back and then one second row from here. And if I can just ask my colleagues, please, just to get me one mic on the left-hand side to the CEO, because he's been unmiked, such that if he needs to jolt into the responses, we can make it easier for him. You may go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. My name's Miri Kajalsa. I work for Mazars. Just a quick one based on, I think, how you opened the seminar on recruitment. We've heard people from TVET colleges speak. We've heard NPOs, the NGOs speak. I think there's a very big challenge that we have currently with sourcing the correct candidates. And I think that if you allow a TVET student to grow and come into a corporate sector for more career-specific training, we add valued skills. So I think there's a big gap with industry, corporate industry and TVET colleges where there's no synchronization with students. We're having students apply for programs and they use fake qualifications. So for us at this point, it is really a matter of due diligence, checking certifications, checking qualifications. But if that recommendation comes from a TVET or a university, whatever, we have the surety that what they studied, they actually studied, and it's their certification, because that's become a very big thing for us with fake certifications that students gives us when they apply.
Thanks. I'm just going to take one more and then I'm going to open it up to the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fundi from the Bonele FM in Khayelitsha. I also have a similar question to the colleague that just spoke now with regards to recruitment. I think our biggest issue is that every time we try to recruit, because over the years, we've had about 174 learners out of the program that we've been doing. And we've been employing in every class that we've taken on. However, we find that within the recruitment process, people are only interested because there's a stipend, and it's because that we have to, it's due to SETA's requirements that it has to be someone that's from an organization. So the organization that we deal with, they will give us the learners who say they are interested, but then we train them and then they lack interest, or they're not even interested in radio because they are just there for stipend. So I just wanted to raise this to SETA so that you may help us to maybe hear us out in terms of how we can assist with the recruitment plan so that it helps us to employ from the program as well.
Thanks. I think that has really kicked us off for some robust discussion. I'm now going to open up to our panelists. I'm sure the CEO, you've got some insights and responses there from what has been shared. I do recognize you. And I think just to wrap up, Mr. Marshall Nelson over there spoke about the NSDS. And I think with his commentary, he even, touched on the aspect of even the sustainable development goals in terms of how that can be integrated into what our skills development interventions are. It's quite important to ensure that the entire value chain is synchronized and not only just scaling, but being able to ensure that the impact that is made is creating individuals that are able to become economically viable and actually participate within the economy. There was an aspect of material as well that was ranged. What are the strategic interventions from a digital transformation aspect that the SETA is entering into? I think it's one thing to try and drive innovation from a collaborative and a stakeholder program implementation perspective, but I think as a SETA, there is quite an imperative role that needs to be played there in terms of leading by example and actually driving that in innovation from our own organizational processes. Quite a key one, the recruitment and ensuring that the correct candidates are sourced. How do we then ensure that integration in order to address the gap between the private sector, corporate, and the academic institutions, particularly from a TVET college perspective? I think we are here as a collective team, and we will obviously then drive this engagement and response collectively. But I think let me just move over and give the opportunity to the CEO to open up the responses. Thanks.
Whether my mic is working or it's back now. There were comments and remarks made. Let me firstly respond to the question that was talking to the age factor. Basically, what we do is simply prioritize. It's not a question of saying there's any piece of legislation that restricts us when it comes to age. That's why we also train the employed just beyond those who are unemployed. And even those who are unemployed who have gone beyond a certain age. AG tend to raise questions only if we tend to put a larger focus of our budget on those who could have passed a certain age. But it's not to say they should not be trained. Remember, the priority agenda is building a capable developmental state. You can't then build a capable developmental state and exclude others. That will be discrimination. So we are in no way excluding a certain category of our people based on age, because that will be direct unfair discrimination. It's just a question of saying the most affected by unemployment, poverty, inequality is young people in our country. So we need to make sure that as and when we prioritize skilling, we prioritize that category more than any other, without neglecting the other categories. And the issue of gadgets and all of that, let me give you a classical example why we need to go an extra mile and ensure that, with the limited resources that we have, the limited allocations that you tend to get, you extend the purse. There was somewhere in Northwest, one of our skills development providers, she trained about 20 young people in cell phone and mobile devices repairs. Afterwards, she went an extra mile, poked out something like 200,000 and bought them toolkits so that they established their own startups within the cell phone and mobile devices repairs. What this says, and the message that it communicates, is to say, simple gadgets such as computers and etc. We need to extend a hand from the limited budget and profits that we make and share, so that we push the purse further, so that our young people, for those who are interested in establishing their own businesses, they can establish their own businesses, and we incubate them into the mainstream economy. Without doing that, I can tell you, if we want to take more money into our pockets without opening doors of opportunities for them, it makes it very difficult. And part of why we enter into this collaborative partnerships with your TVETs, your varsities, your CET colleges, amongst others, but also the industry, is deliberately to ensure that we have as many stakeholders as possible across the length of and breadth of our country, who are always prepared to contribute or lend a hand by building their own digital skills centers, their own digital hubs in their respective communities at own cost. And we come through in terms of funding for the skilling of those young people. And we'll continue to invite large companies as part of corporate social investment initiatives to extend a hand when it comes to building much needed digital infrastructure and an activism within the new economy, whether you talk expanding connectivity, whether you talk affordable data, whether you talk data centers, whether you talk cloud services, whether you talk cybersecurity related issues, because government alone, I can tell you, based on what Ernest presented, it's far from affording to bridge the digital divide at the pace that we should. So we will continue to really request the support of large and medium companies who can afford to extend a hand, so that we keep up with the pace and ensure that there's inclusivity, such that no one gets left behind purely because of where they are in terms of geographical reach. It's not something that government alone or stakeholders of MICT SETA alone can just overnight be able to deal with. I sometimes say and often say, the same way we countrywide attacked the issue of lack of electricity or energy, we should adopt the same approach when it comes to connectivity, because without connectivity, we'll never go anywhere. But it's not something that government alone can afford. We need to join hands with the limited budgets that are there, see how we can, push the purse forward, so that we make the necessary impact when it comes to bridging the digital divide. It's not something that one stakeholder or one site can afford alone. I'm going to leave the other question to, I think, Natalie and Ernest, but key is to keep expanding these digital skills centers as part of bridging the digital divide. Our TVET colleges have got a number of laboratories that we're not going to duplicate and continue to build. We're going to use the labs that are there as part of collaboration and fund stakeholders within those TVET space, fund TVETs so that we continue to massify digital skills to as many communities as possible. Let me pause there. Over to you, Xabiso.
Thank you, CEO. I'm just going to give over to my colleagues Natalie and Ernest, just to address the recruitment aspect, and also to look at the certificate verification. Over to you. There's a mic over there. Long press it.
Thank you, Tabiso, for RPLing us on how to use the mic. Much appreciated. So just in terms of the question linked to certification, there is a process that you can undertake to verify qualifications for learners. This could be done then through a third party, which is, of course, MIE or any other verification agency, but we understand that this comes at a cost. In terms of our new learner management system, however, what we have catered for is then a specific QR code which would exist on each learner certificate. Using that, you'd be able to log onto the website and verify whether this is an authentic certificate or not. The same will apply for accreditation letters as well as those of assessors and moderators. In addition to that, holistically, SAQA makes use of what they call the National Learner Records Database. And that is where all information is stored for learners that come from the basic education system through Umalusi, the higher education system through the Council for Higher Education and Training, as well as then through the OQSF and the SETA system. All of the learner information is stored on this database, and this is why it's really important for you as stakeholders to enroll your learners into the programs, the various SETAs. This ensures that the learner is in the system and we're able to track whether the learner has in fact completed. And this is why verification is also so important, because ultimately the learner information would be stored on this database and you'd be able to then verify. If you log on to the SAQA website and pivot to the section on NLRD, it gives you a clear indication of how you can then verify this information for learners. I think there may have been an additional question. That was a question directed at the SETA and not necessarily for ETQA. But the question is then around recruitment. I think from an ETQA perspective, it's important to note that as we go ahead and we recruit learners, we need to look at the minimum entry requirements of the qualification. This gives us a clear indication of what inherent knowledge the learner should have to gain access into then a newer qualification. So that's the first step to take. What you could also do is then consider doing a diagnostic assessment, which is just basically an overall assessment of the exit level outcomes that will be covered in a qualification, and you can assess the learner's knowledge, skill, and competence against those outcomes. That'll help you determine whether the learner can gain access and entry into a particular qualification. Over and above that, it's also important to have a look at the sector skills plan, as well as then the online ad that goes out that basically indicates, well, these are the SETA's targets for the financial year. This is the gender split that we are looking at. And these are the geographical locations that we're specifically looking at. As indicated by my colleague, Buntle Mukwena, we do have a rural development strategy, and this looks at the SETA having a footprint, particularly in the rural areas. So this should guide you also in terms of recruitment. A strong focus for the SETA also is people living with disabilities. We have very few of those programs currently running. Having a look at the new occupational programs, learners living with disabilities can gain entry into these qualifications, particularly the qualifications that have been identified and developed by 4IR as well. I think those are the end of the questions from my side. Thank you.
Thanks. I know we did have a question over there, ma'am, or I think, I'm not sure if we did take it, but if not, I'll open up again to the side. Okay, there. We've got a question at the back. Thanks. You've got a mic with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kim Palmer, and I'm from an organization called On the Ball College. I'm just curious about the sector skills plans, the statistics. Sorry, I was quite a bit like disturbed by the stats and just the fact that it's not actually a true reflection, considering that the BE reflection in the Western Cape is saying that we have a shortfall for African male. So my question is, what are we going to do to make the sector skills plan show the true reflection that is needed? Because if we are not doing that and we're not looking at an overall national plan, then how are we making big change? You know, we have to recruit using these stats. We have to make the demographics for our programs for these stats. And I think that is a key deliverable that we need to look at. I think that we need to perhaps get more industry to complete surveys where stats can, you know, then be obtained. A suggestion would be, instead of it only coming through the WSP and ATR, where perhaps industry just doesn't have the time or capacity to complete those documents or have their own internal training, because, you know, as you know, MICT programs are specific. It is not industry specific. There is no, even now with the new programs, it was told that it will not be industry partner specific. And so many employers are having their own internal training developments. And so therefore they're not completing the WSPs and ATRs, specifically in the IT, in the sector that we are currently presenting today. I mean, for example, in your top 10 skills on the sector skills plan, you don't even have a full stack developer listed there. Yet that is one of the top 10 skills required. You can go to any recruitment company and they will tell you, for example, that that is one of the top skills at the moment that is required in the market. So I am appealing and I'm asking, split the stats up so that we can get proper stats and so that the sector skills plan can really show what we need in the sector, and also from a demographic point of view, because now, based on this stats, the African males will be looked past, and yet there is a huge concern in that still in the market. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Is there another question before I move over to Ms. Mokoena? All right, I'm recognizing 3 questions, 1, 2, and 3. You may go ahead.
Thanks, ma'am. My name is Kuhle Zwagala. I'm the head of the marketing department from CPUT. I was excited when I do know that you've got a footprint and good contributions in our institutions, particularly in our FID, Faculty of Informatics and Design. I'm from the Faculty of Business and Management Economics. I'm saying I was excited when I saw that one of your focus areas is advertising, and we correctly placed in that specialty. Are there any opportunities for postgraduate research center funding, particularly in issues of digital marketing and advertising with the SETA? Thank you.
Thank you. Second question, same row. You can just lift the button up, it will switch on.
Thanks. My name is Trevor Automatic. Trevor Manuel has since retired. The company is Tira Telecom, not DJ Tira. My question is related to the lab program of the Department of Labor. There's a new lab 4. Is the SETA going to be participating in that lab program? Is there a connection between the opening of the window period in June? Will a company like Tira Telecoms be allowed to submit if the SETA is going to be part of the LAP program? It's a substantial amount of money that's gone in. Besides being a levy-paying company for skills development levy, we also pay UIF. Has the SETA been approached in that regard? Thanks.
Can we move the mic to the next question over here? Somewhere. There was a third mic in the front. Not. Oh, here, yes.
Thank you. My name is Buzwe Fani. I work for State Information Technology Agency in Western Cape. My question is regards to rural areas. In Western Cape, our rural areas are the winelands, and also it includes the Garden Road. So my question is, what are the upcoming priorities or focus areas for MICT SETA in terms of expanding ICT training to underdeserved regions like the winelands and the Garden Road? Thank you.
Any more questions? 1 and 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are with the YM Youth Media Movement. So we are a group of young entrepreneurs that started a program with Youth Media Movement, and we would just like to know what opportunities are there for us once we are done with our 3 months program, because we are different entrepreneurs, like from different sectors: logistics, construction, beauty, and we would just like to know, where do we continue from there? Sorry, we came late, and we do apologize, but we would just like to know. Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to field your question and then open it up to responses.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Savannah. I'm from RAIN, your 5G Wi-Fi guys. My question is relating to the EAP stats and EE. So a lot of our recruitment, or the recruitment for learners in programs, stems from the EAP, the economically active population. And quite recently, there were changes with EE regulation where there's potential change from national to regional stats, and also sectoral segregation. So how is MICT SETA, or the SETAs in general, going to integrate that into their whole system of WSPs and reporting? Because I've noticed that the EE deals with occupational categories, whereas WSP deals with your OFO categories. And there's quite a distinction, and I think this is where the discrepancy comes in with the reporting side of things and how you relate to the different demographics in different areas. So is the MICT SETA going to deal with that in isolation, or is that something that will eventually be integrated within their processes? Thank you.
Thanks. I think there were about 3 questions related to the WSP, with the one lady actually appealing in terms of how we involve industry without necessarily just relying on WSPs, maybe look at alternative ways such as surveys, given the capacity of corporates. And then there was also another question, the lady's question, obviously, now that we've heard, as well as skills programs that would look more onto the advertising perspective. Do we have that included within our sort of postgraduate offering? And quite, I think, a key one from a rural as well as an SMME perspective, how do we then address the opportunities to reach those demographics? I'm going to open it up to Ms. Mokwena as well as Ernest, just to field that. And should the CEO also want to provide input, we'll give him an opportunity.
Testing. Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for the questions. I must say this is the first province where we got very good feedback on the stats. I think on the First Lady who said the stats don't reflect the shortages of males in the Western Cape. I think that's what she said. Okay. Thank you very much for that feedback. As I have indicated in my presentation that data is reflecting of the WSP-ATR, I also referred to the Stats SA demographics for the Western Cape as well. So I think what we can do is that you need to be involved with us, because when the SSP is done, we also take it out for peer review. We do take it out to professional bodies who actually go through the SSP and give us feedback to also indicate it is relevant to what's actually currently happening in the labor market. So I take your feedback, and maybe after this we can have a chat on that in terms of how can we collaborate. Of course, the gap is there that not all companies submit WSP-ATRs. We use other sources as well to try and triangulate that information. We know that the employment that we've put up there is not a full reflection of the 5 subsectors, because we know that not everybody submits, and we use other sources of data like Stats SA. On the other question, there was a question around EE reporting versus OFO reporting. Currently in our WSP-ATR, we are actually using the Skills Development Act, Skills Development Levies Act, and the those regulations, the mandatory grant regulations, they prescribe OFO. If you go to the DHET, the OFO is a system that the South African government has adopted, I think since 2010, 2011. So that is the classification method officially that we use for WSP-ATRs. We cannot deviate from it. Maybe we can look into how, with what you've raised, we can try and integrate in our own sector plan. But for now, we're using OFO in terms of classifying employees according to those different levels and their skills levels, which also links to the NQF. So there is that link between OFOs and the NQF. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. So that's the classification that we're actually using currently. We will not deviate from it, but adding it on into our SSP will not harm anything. We can do that. I think those were the 2 questions for me, Program Director.
Correct. Can we move on to the SMME and the rural strategy and the opportunities that exist for those communities? Your mic is on. Technical, can I ask that we please up the mic for Ernest?
That's fine. Okay, thank you, CEO. I'll respond also on the question from the university, whether there are opportunities for students that are doing advertising program. There are opportunities. Students that are doing advertising, they can participate on our graduate internship programs. They can also participate on the bursary program, whether for undergraduates and also for postgraduate. You can apply for bursary for those students to participate in our program. They can also participate on a wheel program if it's a requirement from the university that they have to do in safety training before they obtain their qualification. You can also apply for such intervention. Then the question on rural development, yes, we respond to rural strategy. As we open the DG window, please also explore those rural areas. But you need to look at the intervention that can respond to that area. What kind of programs can really assist those communities, whether it has to be technical support, whether it has to be a skills program for drone. It's your responsibility as an entity when you apply to zoom on those areas and look at the qualification that can respond to those interventions. The SETA do respond to such interventions. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think there was just one question that wasn't necessarily addressed on the retrenchment advancement program. I'll just give over to Ms. Nelson to field that.
Thank you for the question. So yes, in terms of retrenchment advance program, there is a provision for all SETAs to be involved in the RAP program. They're mandated to participate in it, but it only becomes applicable to a SETA when their subsectors are actually impacted. So let's have a look at our subsectors being advertising, ICT, telecoms, electronics, etc. Are those subsectors actually being impacted at this point in time by retrenchment? Is there a need at this stage for support around retrenchment assistance program? And that's when the SETA actually makes or takes a strong focus around supporting where RAP is concerned. But yes, all SETAs are mandated, but our focus is then to look at our subsectors in need of a RAP program. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think the robust engagement is very much welcomed, but I also do want us to get through to our next presentations, because I think after those presentations, there also will be some questions that will be fielded. I'd like us now to kindly move through to the next part of our program, which is the education, training, and quality assurance, which will be presented by the lovely Ms. Nelson. Thank you. Can we give her a round of applause?
Thank you, Program Director, CEO, Chairperson of the Board in absentia, my esteemed colleagues and all of you, our critical stakeholders, thank you for the opportunity to present. My task is to take you through the updates around education, training, and quality assurance. I know that currently there are a lot of changes underway, and I'm sure most of you are aware of those changes that are underway. What we'll be doing today is just bringing you closer to the changes in terms of the MICT SETA context. So what we'll cover today has got to do with an overview of the OQSF, which is basically where the MICT SETA sits. We'll tap into the transitional arrangements, the historical programs, occupational programs, and then some further updates in terms of quality partner governance. So just again, an overview of the OQSF, which is basically the occupational qualification sub-framework, and this has been put into place so that we're able to develop qualifications, full qualifications, part qualifications, as well as skills programs as required by the various sectors. Important to note, this is a ministerial determination, so the SETA actually takes this directly from the minister. It's a directive. In terms of the changes, we've been asked several times by our constituents, can't we change this? Can we not look at the last date of enrollment being moved? It is a ministerial determination, so any changes that would happen in terms of this happen and would come from the minister directly. And this was gazetted basically in December of 2020. So just what does this OQSF mean in the broader scheme of things? So we'd note that I alluded to it in one of the responses I had earlier. We have 3 sub-frameworks. So the first sub-framework has got to do with the basic education, and that looks at NQF level 1 all the way up to NQF level 4. And this is where Umalusi then comes into play with primary school up to and including grade 11. We then move into the next sub-framework, and that basically is Council for Higher Education and Training, and that then looks at a higher certificate all the way from NQF level 5 all the way up to NQF level 10, and that's where we have our traditional university system as well as then universities of technology. In terms of the applicability to the SETA, that's where the OQSF comes into play. And the qualifications that we now look at, the NQF levels, previously SETAs were mandated to only develop qualifications up to and including NQF level 6. Now, having a look at the OQSF, we can develop qualifications up to and including NQF level 8. And I think this is quite a great shift because it enables us to then look at proper articulation of qualifications up to and including an honors level. This is also sorely missing in most of our subsectors, particularly if we have a look at the film and television subsector. There was no articulation from basically being a production engineer into specialization at the various levels. So this also then allows for, and the whole OQSF as well as then the other sub-frameworks, allow us then to weave in and out of the system, meaning that we could have learners at Umalusi level skill, NQF level 4, who need to tap into an NQF level 5 digital skills program within the OQSF, they definitely could do that in preparation then for moving further up in terms of Council of Higher Education and Training, as well as the OQSF. The green arrow there is quite important. It talks about ESA, so we'll go into that further in my presentation, but this is basically the external integrated summative assessment, which is then a requirement for you to be certificated at the end of the occupational accreditation process. So just having a look at the occupational programs, as indicated in the previous diagram, we start off at NQF level 1. The minimum credit value there is 120 credits. Colleagues, important to note that on the OQSF, we start with skills programs. They start at a minimum of 8 credits and they finish at 59 credits. If you're looking at a part qualification, which is basically a sub-qualification to a bigger qualification. So you may have developed a qualification, and then you note during the development process that we actually, the word that the QCTO likes to use is called proliferate, meaning we cannot put too much into the qualification because it would be impossible for the learner to achieve against the qualification. Rather look at a specialization, and a part qualification comes in then as a specialization to the parent qualification. And the NQF level there and the credit value does not exceed 119 credits. And then all full qualifications start at about 120 credits. Important to note, all of these qualifications are at 120 credits, except for the occupational diploma at NQF level 6, which then has a minimum value of 360 credits. So a reminder on the transitional arrangements. I'm sure we all are aware that the pre-2009 qualifications, or what we term the historical qualifications, their lifespan have come to an end as at 30th of June 2023. Basically, the SETA can no longer accredit new training service providers on this qualification or on those qualifications. What we can, however, do is once a provider has proven that they have learners in enrollment on a qualification, and this must be done before the 30th of June 2024, your accreditation would automatically be extended up to and including the 30th of June 2027. And this is to allow for then what we term the teach out period. During this period, you would be required to train learners, assess learners, reassess learners, internally moderate learners, and ultimately then request for the SETA to come through and do what we term exit verification. Colleagues, it's really important to note that if you have not yet enrolled your learners with the MICT SETA, the next slide will indicate the process, but it is critical to do so. We would not be able to automatically extend your accreditation if we do not know that you have learners in enrollment. And then the last provision that they make is then, of course, that learners must be exited by the 30th of June 2027. So in terms of the historical programs, just the learner enrollment process, as indicated by my colleagues and all the previous speakers, we are developing our learner management system. The system should be up and running, and we would be then conducting our regional roadshows between July and August of this year to fully capacitate you on how to utilize the system. So the system provisions for all of the sub-modules within ETQA, particularly our module, which talks then about learner enrollment, assessment, moderation, moving learners off one program onto the next program, the whole learner management process you would be able to run in and through the LMS system. However, in the interim, what we are making use of, our semi-automated process, is then the learner enrollment forms. So the link that we've put into the presentation clearly indicates where you need to pivot to download the learner enrollment spreadsheet. Please ensure that this is downloaded. Complete all of this information as required in the relevant fields. This links to the earlier question around how do we validate learner information. While this is about loading it onto the NLRD, notifying SAQA that these learners are currently still enrolled in these qualifications, and therefore you can expect at exit verification they would be certificated. So please complete the relevant fields. Send that information through to us at our certification@mict.org.za
email address, and within 21 working days, you would then receive a letter which indicates that in fact your learners have been enrolled. This is important because as we migrate this information into the new learner management system, we would have records that your learners have been enrolled on the qualifications. Important to note, just to go back to that previous slide, any learners that we have not been notified of by the 30th of June 2024, that they are enrolled into our programs would not be eligible for exit verification. So please, colleagues, make use of the link, enroll your learners, notify us that you have learners so that we don't disadvantage the learners when it comes to exit verification and certification. Just a further update, we know that in the process of implementing our programs, we still need to make use of what we term the ETD practitioners. These are assessors and moderators that we use. Obviously, the assessors are responsible for ensuring that the learners are competent against the outcomes of the full qualifications, part qualifications, skills programs, and the moderator is quite important because they have oversight of the full process. Colleagues, a reminder, please have your moderator involved in the process at the beginning of training. It is critical because they need to give you a clear sense of direction around is the program fit for purpose, the tools that you're going to use to assess the learner competence. Does it actually cover the exit level outcomes? Are there any gaps? It's also important to have the moderator meet with the assessor so that expectations are understood as well. This assists you and the SETA when we get to exit verification, because what we find at exit verification is that the moderator was not involved in the process. They are involved at the end of the process, and we pick up discrepancies at the end of exit verification, which then prolongs the period of exit verification. So it is quite important. So if you are looking to become an assessor or moderator with MICT SETA, important to note for assessor, you must have, and moderator, you should have been trained on the 2 unit standards by the ETDP SETA, which are endorsed by ETDP SETA. As an assessor, you would be required to have subject matter expertise, knowledge, and competence against the outcomes that you're going to assess. For moderator, you need subject matter expertise as an assessor. You need to prove that you have been involved in the process of assessment and you understand it quite clearly. In terms of the requirements there, we would need all of that information around a certified copy of your ID. If you are a foreign national, we also then request for your work permit. We are noting, of course, that in the instances where you have been issued with an exemption as a foreign national, that the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs has issued a determination as at December 2023, and this basically extends the exemption. So this just basically means that you would need to submit your exemption documents and prove that it is in date, and automatically we would continue with the process. Your CV, which clearly indicates service, record of service, exposure then to the outcomes of the qualifications that you have, and then you would need to issue us with an assessor report if you have been or seeking to be registered as a moderator. In terms of the process, on average, we're looking at about 30 days. This is also largely dependent on the documentation that you submit. So have you submitted a certified copy of your ID and qualifications, noting that the presidential determination has been updated to move from 3 months to 6 months. Please ensure that you submit your certified documentation valid in date so that we're able to move through this process. We still make use of the automated forms. So if you pivot to our stakeholder information page, you would find links to the forms and you'd be able to submit your information. Verification, I think I touched on this earlier, but critical in our process of verification, the skills development provider must be present, the assessor, the internal moderator. When we conduct your exit verification, we expect that your internal moderator is there. This links to the previous comment that I made around specifically having your moderator present at the beginning of the implementation process. They need to verify and validate that what they are endorsing is in fact what they are endorsing. And I think this links back to also the question around fraud that's currently happening within the system. We do pick this up oftentimes because you would have a labor broker or an ETD practitioner broker. You would share your information. They'd use your credentials to conduct assessment and moderation on your behalf for their financial gain. So please be wary of this because the SETA takes this very, very seriously. We will as per the provisions of our policy, deregister anyone who is involved with this practice and refer it to the relevant law enforcement. So we do three types of verification. Full qualifications, learnerships, induction verification is key. That's a session where we explain to you, this is what we're going to look for at the end of the process. Do you have a registered assessor, registered moderator? Your learning materials, are they still 100% in line with the latest updates, etc. So we just prepare you for the process of exit verification. This is only applicable to learnerships as well as full qualifications. And then we have exit verification. Interval, 50%, health check. When you are implementing a full qualification or learnership, this is just to make sure that you are on track. This is also the opportunity that you have to indicate to the SETA that we've had dropouts in terms of the program, that these are the learners who will complete the full qualification, and these are the learners that you can expect to issue statements of results to. So just the process end to end, again, we look at an average of 60 days. The reason for this is generally what we find during the process of verification, there are a lot of gaps in terms of the SETA being able to endorse for certification. So this provisions for, unfortunately, the back and forth between the SETA as well as you as the service provider in terms of the full process. We do average on about 45 days if everything is in place with regard to receiving your application all the way down to then endorsing for exit and certification. Next comes certification, of course. Certification, twofold process. The first one, as indicated, when you track your learners through exit verification, we're able to pick up that these learners have only completed certain units of the qualification, and we're able to issue them with SORs. This is really important, colleagues, because we want to uphold the credit accumulation policy. You know, if a learner has completed certain unit standards and they have been deemed competent, there's no need for them to pivot to another qualification and redo those unit standards. They need to be recognized for those unit standards and basically exempted so they can complete only the relevant unit standards. The next one then is, of course, a certification for the full qualification. And the process there takes about 40 days. We're now averaging on about 20 days if we have the correct information. Important to note here that what you've submitted in terms of your enrollment spreadsheet must match at the end when we're actually doing the certification. If it's for full qualification, we understand that you would have had dropouts. So at the 50% interval moderation or interval verification, we would be able to ascertain that there may have been changes in the process, and it would be able to assist us at the end. So I think the other concern that we've picked up across the board from the queries that we receive and also from the previous stakeholder engagements in the other regions, are there sufficient qualifications that have been registered on the NQF to replace the qualifications that all of you so love and don't want to move away from? So the answer is yes. And I think between the 4IR division as well as the ETQA division, we've worked quite tirelessly to ensure that there are qualifications available on the NQF for you to seek accreditation with QCTO on. Now, important to note, we're not looking at a like-for-like qualification, so you may not necessarily find the same end-user computing qualification available on the occupational framework, and this is because industry dictates. They tell us, Natalie, we no longer need a full qualification with fundamentals and core in terms of end-user computing, that everybody needs access to digital skills, and therefore we recommend skills programs. So we develop in line with industry need. We do not develop qualifications to just sit on the NQF to become white elephants. We must train people, give them the necessary skills and competencies so they can either become employable or then seek opportunities to become entrepreneurs. So these are the registered qualifications. They are available currently on the SACWA website. These presentations will be made available. In fact, I think one of them have been loaded onto the website already. So if you just pivot to our website under presentations, you'd probably be able to access this information. But this is where you can find the qualifications that we have already registered and sit on the NQF. I think the most loved qualification has then been end user computing. At both NQF level 3 and 4, as previously indicated, we have realigned these qualifications into 3 skills programs that start at basic, intermediate, and then advanced. So this basic level tells you already that if you are perhaps registered as a AET college, adult education training college, and you want to start exposing adult learners to technological skills, you could then become accredited with QCTO and start implementing already at the basic computer level. And this is important because digital skills are cross-pollinating. They don't just sit with the MICT SETA, they sit across all of the subsectors. Everybody needs to know how to use a smartphone, an iPad, any kind of pad. And as well as, a laptop, etc. So people need basic digital skills across the board, and it's for this reason that we developed this. And then just qualifications that are in evaluation. So not only do we have ones that are already sitting on the NQF, we have realigned all of these qualifications into then occupational qualifications, and they currently sit with the QCTO for evaluation. Just a reminder on the process: we develop, we submit to QCTO, they evaluate, they give us feedback and say, you need to update this, you need to possibly change this. We take the recommendations, we update, we resubmit, it goes to SAQA. SAQA's evaluation committee has a look at them, gives us feedback prior to it then being issued or gazetted for public comment. Public comment is 21 days. It gives you the opportunity as subject matter experts to look at the qualification and the content. Now, remember, our role as a SETA is to realign and to develop these qualifications. There's a framework that's given to us on how we develop these qualifications, but it is your responsibility as subject matter experts to ensure that the content is aligned to industry needs. Is the content reflective of the industry norms and standards? When learners are exited off these programs, could they be considered employable by the subsectors? And this is very important, and this is the active role that you play. So when you see our ads going out, when you see the information sitting on our website, on our various platforms inviting you, please do join us. Your voice is very important. Your knowledge and your skill is required to develop these qualifications. Then just moving into what we'll be doing in the rest of this financial year, noting that the year started in April. So the first one would then be photography. And we've also then subsector. Initially, we thought that this would be a full qualification. They came back and said, absolutely not. You don't need a full year qualification to be a photographer. Rather consider it sort of like a micro skill instead, and do skills programs around it. So we are currently developing 3 skills programs. Now, also important to note that as we develop these programs, that's not it. So if you say to us, well, we like the articulation, but we feel that there's still gaps missing in terms of the skills someone would need holistically in a subsector, engage with us on the process of, do we need to develop another skills program? Do we need another part qualification? That's really important to ensure that, beneficiaries who come off our training have the relevant skills. And then we're looking at journalist, author, or scriptwriter and copywriter as well. I'd like to challenge our colleagues, Sutton and colleagues, to please assist us in participating with the scriptwriting and copywriting qualifications. We are struggling at this point in time to get subject matter experts in to assist us with the realignment of these qualifications. And if we're not able to move forward with the realignment of these qualifications, then they become obsolete and we cannot continue with the development. So that's also critical to note. Last but most certainly not least, almost lost in my last 6 seconds, the occupational accreditation process. This is available on the QCTO website. Wherever you see red indicates then the QCTO process, and where you see blue, you see MICT SETA. So our responsibility in this process is to receive your desktop compliant application, to be allocated a list, to engage with you, to come and do your site visit, To do the site visit, we can do it online. We can also then do it physically, particularly for rural SDPs. We come out, we generate the report, our accreditation committee sits, we make a recommendation, and it goes to QCTO for their finalization and processing. Your letter would come from the QCTO. Your list or your name on the list of accredited providers would be published by the QCTO. Ours is to monitor you as a service provider. Last but most certainly not least, the green arrow talks about the ESA centers. This information is also available on our website, External Integrated Summative Assessment Center. Importance of this is as you implement your occupational programs, there are 3 components that you need to complete before you get to the ESA level. First component, knowledge, generally what you do in the classroom. Second component, practical, simulated. And the last component, which is critical then, is workplace component, quite similar to how we would implement learnerships. Important to note then, with the workplace component, you must have a service level agreement in place with an employer who can expose the learners to the critical aspects of what's covered under the tasks with workplace approval. Very important to note, there must be workplace mentors as well. In the absence of this, you will not then be able to, or QCTO would not be able to endorse the learners and issue them with statements of results before they gain entry into ESA. No statement of results for all 3 components, no entry into the ESA. So the presentation will cover in greater detail what's required to become an ESA center, but basically you must comply with the same provisions that you would have when you apply to become a skills development provider. It's still broken down into the quality management system, your subject matter experts, ETD practitioners, as well as the legal components, and that's what they look at. They also look at if the qualification has a technical output, you must have access to the technical equipment that the learner would require to complete the qualification or to be endorsed on an ESA. And this is to mitigate against the risks that we identified, particularly in things like systems development and technical support. You'd have providers accredited, as Ernest has indicated. You set up shop for a day. We accredit you. Every time we come out to monitor you, everything is in place. But when it comes down to it and we engage with the learners, they've never seen any of the tools that should have been in place as part of their learning. So the ESA is quite critical because it's not just the knowledge and the POE. We want to see the practical application of the outcomes linked to the qualifications. So in terms of the governance process, you do an online application directly with QCTO. They do the vetting. They submit it to us. We conduct the site visit, could be online or physical once again. And at the end, we make the recommendation to QCTO. They issue you with an accreditation letter. And again, you are listed as an online ESA center. And this, the turnaround times are generally 40 days where this is concerned. Just last one, quality partner updates. In line with the change that's happening within the landscape, our responsibility, QCTO's responsibilities, the changes and the differences, we've updated our policies to factor all of these in. So the updated policies include accreditation. You have been crying for an e-learning policy. We finally have one in place. And this policy is quite important because it tells you what is required for you to be considered an e-learning center or a center that can offer training using obviously an online platform. Quite important that QCTO also endorses this policy: verification, certification, workplace approval, assessment, and moderation. Policies are uploaded on our website. Important for you to note that when you sign the terms and conditions of accreditation, you will be subject to the provision of these policies. So ultimately, when we migrate to the system and your profile has been created, you would then automatically need to tick the disclaimer that says, yes, in fact, I promise to adhere to, or I promise to uphold all of the policy provisions. With that, colleagues, I think I've reached the end of my presentation. For further information, you can contact any one of the people listed on the slide. Just to note as well, we've been joined by our ETQA manager, recently appointed. Ms. Leisha Singh is also available to assist you. So as you send out emails to me, my request would be that you please CC her as well. I think she'd probably be able to respond to you in a quicker period of time than I actually would. With that, thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nelson, for your presentation. And without necessarily repeating what Ms. Nelson has presented, just an important thing to highlight, I'm sure we are all aware that the quality assurance space is quite a highly regulated one. And I think with the recent gazetted transitional arrangements, those have brought quite significant changes. And with her obviously guiding us in terms of how to navigate those changes to ensure compliance, you are encouraged to just network not only with your regional office, but also extend your queries, as Ms. Nelson has invited us through to her division at the head office. That, ladies and gentlemen, takes us through to our next presenter, Ms. Gugu Sema, who will then take us through the 4IR division updates. Thereafter, we'll open up again the session for Q&A before leading us to closing remarks. Can we give Gugu a round of applause?
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and all protocol observed. I'm going to take you through the MICT SETA story, the 4IR story, taking you through the journey since the inception of the division, and also some updates to date. The division was established in 2019, just a year after our very own country has started embracing the 4IR, and after the entire world has embraced and 4IR has been endorsed that we are now in the 4IR era, the digital era. A year later, MICT SETA established the 4IR division. In 2020, we established the advisory committee, 4IR advisory committee, as at the SETA level. And at the national level, you all remember that our president have appointed what we call the PC4IR, or the Presidential Commission on 4IR, to conduct research and advise the president on 4IR imperative and the state of the country at the time in terms of where we were in 2019. In 2020, as a SETA, we developed the integrated digital skills strategy that enable us now to respond to this ever-changing technological changing or the technological advancement. The same year, 2020, we embarked on a journey to develop the 4IR occupational qualification in collaboration with the industry, the QCTO, as well as the academia. In 2022, we started piloting on certain programs that were already endorsed by QCTO as skills programs, as well as full qualifications. Just to highlight, the establishment of the advisory committee was to provide input and guidance on the major technological shift, innovations, and workforce strategies that will impact the skills planning and implementation. So that's one of the roles that these committees are actually serving. The committees, we have 4 work streams. We have research, education, policy, as well as labor. At high level, this IDSS of ours, so the Integrated Digital Skills Strategy, what is our vision? Our vision is the sector that benefit from enhanced digital skills, realigned workforce, redesign ecosystem, and research. Our mission is to realign the labor workforce with 4IR skills demand to focus on industry-specific research agenda in support of the redesigned education ecosystem, digital skills, intervention, and innovation. You will note there, ladies and gentlemen, that redesign appears on both of our vision and our mission, because we are in a different era. We had to rethink and reframe how we're going to approach this digital era as we embrace the different technologies that is being introduced by the 4IR. We have also had to ensure that this point in time, we also embrace innovation, we support innovation as an organization. We've taken a conscious decision to really support innovation in terms of our programs, support innovation in different TVET as well as universities that we currently collaborating with them. And as well as you'll see research is at the center, because we will be amiss if we think that research, or we cannot invest on research, because we constantly need to conduct the research in order to stay ahead and also to be relevant to the sector that we are currently servicing. Just high level again in terms of what we have achieved to date under the IDSS. In a short period of time, we've established the advisory committee streams. We have established research chairs across public universities, where we are sponsoring masters and PhD candidates who are conducting research on 4IR. We have developed qualification to date. We have developed about 50 occupational qualifications in collaboration with QCTO and the industry. We've entered into MOUs with strategic partners that assist the MICT SETA to implement these 4IR programs. The qualifications that we have established, or we have developed to date, as I've indicated, we have developed about 50. In this 50, there's both full occupational qualifications as well as the skills programs that have been endorsed by QCTO. These are the qualifications. As you can see, we started with this project in 2020. We've continued 2021, 2022, 2023. We are currently going to start with the new project, as we have been approved by QCTO for further qualifications to be developed. So please take note of these qualifications. Some of the qualifications, they've already been endorsed as learnerships. Those who are interested to implement learnerships, who have applied for funding, as my colleague Enas indicated, the learnership target at 4,050. We hoping that that target will also be addressed by implementing this new occupational or this new learnership as occupational qualification. As you have also noted, that we have now transitioned to occupational qualifications as per the previous presenter, my colleague, Ms. Natalie. When developing the qualifications, I've indicated we've developed skills programs. These are the skills programs. Some of the skills programs are in the form of programming languages. These are some of the high or top programming languages that, according to the research, are programming languages that are used for these different 4IR technologies. New qualifications that we will embark on developing in 2024. It's database security expert, creative and critical thinking. In the past, we've developed a design thinking as a qualification. We've got 2 qualifications there. Our CEO indicated earlier that we need to stimulate, the creative mind and innovation to support the innovation. In doing this, so we therefore need to also ensure that we do have a program, a qualification that supports that. So we will be developing that qualification. Also, judging from the data breach that the country has been experiencing, it also indicates to us that there is a need for cybersecurity experts, database security experts. And according to the latest research that has been conducted by the World Economic Forum, these are some of the future skills that will address the future gaps. So we therefore have learned that we need to be ahead in terms of our planning and ensuring that we have the relevant qualifications that will assist us to address the future of work. So these are the 4 full qualifications that have already been approved by the QCTO to be developed in this current financial year. In terms of the skills programs, we'll be developing the 2 programs there that you see, the low-code developer as well as the no-code, because we need developers as well. We have established researchers across public universities in response to the NSDP objective. One of the objectives there is that we need to expand on science, technology, and innovation output by increasing research and development spending. And this also we have learned from the leading OEMs that are leading in terms of innovation. They spend most of their budget on innovation or on R&D. As MICT SETA, we have also learned, we've adopted that by establishing these researchers, supporting the master's and PhD candidates with the aim of stimulating, also continuously supporting the innovation. We established these researchers adopting a different approach from the traditional approach. The universities that are here, they will know how the other researchers are being implemented in as compared to the MICT SETA. Because the MICT SETA one, we are focusing and also ensuring that out of those research, we're not just funding research for the sake of conducting research and have research papers or theses that will be put on the shelf. Some of them continue, not being used, but we are sponsoring this research or these masters and PhD candidates with the aim of getting solutions or innovations that will then support or address the social ills that we are currently facing. I will share with you some of the projects that are being undertaken by the different universities, hence the different approach that we have adopted on these research chairs. These are the universities that we currently having our presence, where we are sponsoring the masters and PhD students. There was a question from CPUT earlier on sponsoring advertising. Yes, advertising is one of the sector that we are responsible for. So we will have an engagement with you to see how we can then also expand or incorporate the advertising element under this research chair. Currently, this research chair is on the ICT, or focusing on the ICT project. It would be very interesting to also have the other subsectors. So these are the universities where we have our presence, starting with the TUT, Tswana University of Technology, Val University of Technology, UJ, University of Limpopo. We have established this research chair in collaboration with our strategic partner, Dotzatna. The CEO was here earlier on. Also, the chair recognized him, as well as our advocate Sema. We have established this research chair in 2022. This is in collaboration with Dotzatna. We have another chair at the University of Johannesburg, again in collaboration with Dotzatna. This research chair is focusing on internet governance. Again, in the province here, we have a research chair at the University of Cape Town and Stellenbosch. In total, the number of beneficiaries that are benefiting from this initiative are 425 since we have established this initiative at on various universities. Now, our researchers, they are based on 3 pillars, which is research, innovation, and capacity building. Again, you will note research is at the, innovation is at the center. At the core of this research, it is innovation. And why innovation? Again, it's because of what the organization have decided under this current board, under the leadership of Mr. Simpiwe Tobela, that we need to support innovation, be at a university level, at a TVET. We're working now very closely with TVET to stimulate and also support innovation at the TVET level. The future plan is also to expand this initiative to the TVET. Currently, the TVET are not so much involved in research, but we are hoping that as we are adopting new strategies, we will also have research fully conducted by TVET or at the TVET level. These are some of the research projects that are currently undertaken by the different universities. These are a live project that the MICT SETA have allocated to the different universities. Earlier, the CEO touched on the LMS, which is the system that has been designed and developed by our students. We are now consumers of that system. The system will also be extended to other SETAs. So it will also be used by the other SETAs because it has been tested, tried and tested, and we found that this is one of the unique and a very good system that seeks to address most of the problems that we've been experiencing as SETAs. In the province here, Western Cape, we have Cape Peninsula University that's currently undertaking the cybersecurity plan for the MICT SETA. So there's another project that is being done by the students at the university level. And we are very proud of these students that are involved in this project that we are sponsoring. Some of the programs that we have already piloted in different provinces, taking from the programs that have, or qualifications that have been developed. These are some of the programs that we've implemented across the various provinces and across the different qualifications that we have developed. And in total, we have developed about, we have implemented those programs, and the beneficiaries are at 439 across the various provinces. Now, when we started with the development of the qualifications, we have committed to the industry that we will also develop along the learning materials. There was a question last year in terms of the learning materials, what are we doing to support the industry? And based on that commitment, we have gone out on tenders to seek the service providers that will assist us in developing the learning materials. That advert went out 3 times, and we couldn't find suitable providers. On the 4th times, it's when we could secure the relevant service providers. So we are happy to share with you that we have now onboarded 4 a panel companies that are serving on the panel. We've started with the project. We envisage to have at least the 3 sets of learning materials on or before June 2024. I must also indicate that this is a very intense process, but you have noted the speed that we have developed the qualifications. We are hoping that we will also employ that the very same speed and to develop this, because we know the need as you are applying for accreditation to QCTO. There is a requirement of one of the requirements is that you must have the relevant learning material to support the qualification. Since the implementation of the pilot project, some of the positive results or success stories that we have seen, the 430 out of the 439 beneficiaries, we have seen about 68 permanent job created, 27 companies that have been registered specializing on a different 4IR technologies. We have seen about 10 registered digital cooperatives focusing on those areas: 3D printing, 5G, and cloud computing, optic fiber. We have, in collaboration with the industry, established 5 digital incubation programs ranging from 3D, artificial intelligence and optic fiber. Some of the programs that we have run in different provinces in Eastern Cape, we have run the optic fiber program, which was focusing on women only. This was one of the success because we had about 20 females starting the program, and they completed the program. They are now being contracted by different ISP to provide fiber as fiber technicians. We've also ran another one which was focusing on fiber, on women. Again, this program was a success. These learners are now being employed by different providers as fiber technicians, and I also supported those who form cooperatives. We've ran a cell phone repair in Northwest, as the CEO indicated earlier. This provider decided to really support this graduate at the end of the program. They did not only walk away with a certification, but with toolkits that will support them as they end the program. We've ran some of the programs in collaboration with our TVET, as I've indicated that we are now collaborating with TVET, taking some of these skill 4IR programs to TVET. I'm happy to also share that there is a TVET here, Cape Town College will be implementing one of the program there. They are also here in the room. So that's again, evidence to say we are very intentional to support and work along the TVET to take these digital skills to TVET and to communities. We've identified different labs where we'll continuously implement these programs in collaboration with our strategic partners, government institutions, as well as the academic institutions. We've signed up with about 20 TVET colleges, MOUs with them to access their different labs to implement the different 4IR programs. One of the highlights on the programs, hackathons, we've ran different hackathons because we also understand that through the hackathon, there are a lot of innovative solutions that comes out through this hackathon, and also prepare these learners for bigger competitions such as the World Skills while working with the universities and the TVET. So we've ran this initiative. It was a new initiative that was also started last year in collaboration with the universities, our strategic partners. We've ran one big hackathon with the SETA. We also ran another one with Forge Academy, our strategic partners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me and lending me your ears. I understood when I took up the podium that I was standing between you and lunch, and as I've promised that I won't take long. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gugu. We are always beside people that understand the assignment. So Gugu has obviously shared the significant strides that the 4IR division have embarked on, I think, for quite a short space of time. There has been some headway that has been made, both from a qualification development perspective, both from garnering strategic partnerships. And we've obviously seen the tangible results that she's shared through the research chairs, partnerships that have been established. as well as the success stories with some of the employers, SDPs and SMMEs that they've established. Ladies and gentlemen, I did say that we would open up the floor just for a very short Q&A session, just to echo in Gugu's words, to be mindful of our time. I will open up the session. I see Satan has already got a question. And then also just to expedite the process, ladies and gentlemen, please just put up all your hands. And can I ask as well our colleagues just to have their eyes around looking out for those that will put their hands up. There's also one here in the front. So we would need 3 mics on the floor, just so that as Satan finishes, the next speaker speaks, the next speaker speaks, and so on, so that we've got a beautiful moving train. Thank you.
Seaton Bailey again from the SA Film Academy. Thanks, Gugu and Natalie, for brilliant presentations. They really were amazing. But my question is for Natalie. You were talking about the realigned occupational programs, and you talked about 73298 photography and 49138. And you made a big jump from copywriting to script writing, which is a bit like chalk and cheese. But I don't take issue with that at all, because I think that the wider your reach, the better. But just to go back to 73298, you talk about photography. But what about cinematography? And I mean, essentially, it's based on the same fundamental principles, but cinematography's got drone cinematography, it's got virtual production, it's got virtual reality, there's so much to it, and it's such a broad and amazing and huge space. It seems to me potentially short-sighted to lock into photography, and I'm not trying to bemin photography, but it's it's such a huge space, and it seems to me that it would be valuable to extend the ambit or the framework of that realigned occupational program. No, I would just recommend that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know I was next. It's Fundi again from Zibonele FM. I wanted to jump on that script writing and copywriting. I think you wanted help there. That's our turf in terms of if you're looking for anyone to help, it's our space, script writing and copywriting. And but my biggest thing, I don't know if you guys have heard that QCTO is very hard to get a hold of. Accreditation process not going so smooth. I have reported this to my advisors from MICT SETA. I just thought I would say it in front of everyone, just so we all leave the room knowing that they do not help. They are very, very hard to get a hold of. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gershon from Africa. Quick one is that the enrollment process of learners, it stays the same. You do it via the link. The registration of learners, though, does it stay the same? Do we still submit the hard copies and things to the soft copies to the regional office? Ms. Nelson, just that one. Getting the learners registered, because it is a difference in enrolling and registering the learners. Okay. The next one is, can we still continue to register our assessors on that one? And then the workplace approval, do we apply via you or via the QCTO? Thank you.
Google, my question is for you. I would just like a brief understanding of how the map learning material is going to work. Because now when we apply for QCTO accreditation, we obviously need to send in those matrices that maps to courseware. So there's a big gray area on that, because all of us are now doing our own thing. We're paying providers to give us the needs that we need for QCTO submission. So we're already paying for someone to map the QCTO qualifications for us, because we need that with our submission. And then to Natalie, I think what we have right now that's on the QCTO website is not always updated. So when I went and pulled the sheet, all the registered qualifications for MICT SETA didn't bring up half of what you showed us. So there's a disconnect there for us. Thank you.
One last question before we take it to the podium. Thanks.
It's not a question, it's just a comment, Marshall again from the Youth Media Movement. I just want to thank the panelists and also for everyone that are attending, because we, between answers and lunch, and also for us going home, traveling through the traffic. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the emphasis. All right, let's open that, the responses up rather to the panel. I think the bulk of those questions were pertaining to the quality assurance update, with I think just the aspect on the learning materials Google for our new qualifications. Ms. Nelson?
Thank you for the questions. I think I'll start with you, Satin, in terms of the qualifications for screenwriting and copywriting. They are two different qualifications. So we noted there's a journalist qualification. That qualification had already been realigned about 5 years ago. We're just relooking the content to ensure that it's still relevant to what the sector requires. Then the other two qualifications that we need to realign, copywriter and scriptwriter. So we haven't gotten to the point yet where we're able to determine whether there should be a full qualification or part qualification or skills program. And we rely on you as subject matter experts to guide us in that process. I'm taking a note on the recommendation for cinematography. It's quite interesting to note the qualifications we've already realigned have elements of it. At NQF level 4, 5, and 6. We're now busy with the NQF level 7, which has a specialization, and 8 for cinematography. But it would be important as well to get your feedback on, in terms of the specializations, are they sufficient, or even the NQF level 4 and 5 qualifications? Do they cover in the detail that is required the cinematography aspects, so that someone can eventually specialize in it? And if it doesn't, then engage with us with regard to the development of a skills program or to beef up what already exists. In terms of the enrollment process, it still remains the same. So there's a difference between the enrollment process for full qualifications and skills programs, and then the enrollment then specifically for learnerships. You still need to have all the necessary documentation in place, and that's a requirement in terms of learnership enrollment. On our side as well, when we do the enrollment, the learner enrollment, when the advisor comes out then at the verification stage or even induction, we would then ask for access to the records of the learners just to verify that in fact these are the correct learners. What you've submitted on the spreadsheet matches then the ID. The other question around ETD practitioner, that still remains in place. So previously the QCTO had indicated that assessors and moderators would not form part of then the occupational process. However, if you have a subject matter expert involved in a process termed as an assessor, you still need a subject matter expert involved in the occupational process. So that still remains in place in the occupational process. When we look at the assessor, in occupational, you would then be engaged at the knowledge, practical, and workplace component, but you would also then be allocated by the SETA. If you were not in, if let's just say you are linked to Natalie and Associates, and now you need to we need to conduct the ESA, you would not be allocated to Natalie and Associates. The SETA would allocate you to a different ESA center. This is to eliminate conflict of interest. So that would remain. And then you'd still have the moderator involved in the ESA process for oversight of the process. I think there was a third part to the question that I may have missed, but I'm sure the gentleman can pose the question again, or the last part. And then just in terms of the list, QCTO only updates every quarter. So the quarter ends, you know, at in this instance, it'll end in June, and in September, that's when they update. But when we are notified, we update on our website. So I would say to you, please visit our website as well. You would find the more recent or the updated information as the circulars are issued to us by SAQA. And perhaps then maybe just the question on learning material. I know my colleague will delve into it, but just because it links to the accreditation process specifically, we have engaged with QCTO and indicated that we're on the process of developing the learning materials. I suppose what could be missing, or a missing link, would then be a standard letter that is issued or circular that is issued to indicate that the MICT SETA is in the process of developing learning materials, and at the stage that they are ready, once you're an accredited provider, you would be issued with those learning materials. I think I've covered probably most of the questions. Thank you.
Thanks. I think now we can just give over to Google for her to address the question on the learning materials for the 4IR. Oh, she's already, okay, thanks. I'm sleeping. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If there aren't going to be any more questions, all right, I see one hand lifted up here. Let me give another opportunity, maybe 1, 2, chance, going. All right, so you'll be our last question before we move on.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Alicia, and I belong to the Youth Media Movement run by Mr. Marshall Nelson. My question is just, what if your matric results does not meet the requirements of IT? Does that mean that the SETA would assist with a short course for the learner to get admission to study IT by means of RPL?
Okay. Ernest, would you want to take that? Or, okay.
Okay, so I'll touch on the RPL. The National Senior Certificate is at an NQF Level 5 qualification. So if you have completed, or NQF, my apologies for, so if you have that, you could gain entry into any one of the digital skills programs that we highlighted earlier. In addition to that, most of our qualifications start at NQF Level 4. So you would already meet the requirement to gain access into then the ICT qualifications. But if there was an element where perhaps you have been exposed to technical aspects of the program, we've recently had our RPL framework approved that basically talks about the MICT recognizing your skills in terms of ICT or any one of the other subsectors, where you would accumulate the credits that you already have and it'll count towards a qualification so that you can gain entry into another qualification. So that exists as well. I must also indicate that through this framework, we've partnered with one of the professional bodies. So as your qualification becomes recognized by the MICT SETA, it then becomes recognized by this professional body, and it's an international recognition. So you would gain then a dual certification from the MICT SETA as well as this professional body, and obviously accumulate the CPD points linked to it, continuing professional development points linked to that. And the second aspect would then you would receive professional designation. So I hope that's answered your question. Thanks.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this brings us to the end of the presentations. The discussions have been quite robust. Thank you to you. Thank you for taking the time out. My time now today ends here. I am now going to hand over to the chairperson of the board to lead us to the closing. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director. Thanks to the whole team led by Mr. Madivana, senior management team, and the participants that have come here. So I know, so as I went out just a few minutes ago, I walked out of the door and saw the ladies there with food, and one of them spoke loudly for me to hear. And I think to send a message to me, she says, well, these people inside must be dying of hunger now. I pretended not to be hearing her and I walked straight to where I was going. So I understand there's already people sympathizing with you outside. Right. So probably before I close, I think I also like controversy, if you did not know. I need to speak about a bit of controversial issues that are important. At times, skirting around and walking on eggshells on certain aspects and issues is not helpful to resolve things. So you might as well just be reckless and walk anyhow. And if they die, they die. Two things. The first, this is a public entity, right? It's a public entity. So we as public servants must carry ourselves in such a way that we are public servants. We are not, when we do this that we get paid for, we're not doing you a favor, but we're doing what we are supposed to do in any way. So I don't expect service providers, learners, and so on to start begging us to do what we are getting paid to do, right? And I don't expect service providers, when they've got a problem, to be scared to raise issues, because if they raise an issue, they will be viewed as problematic ones. I don't subscribe to that school of thought. If there's an issue, it must be raised straight, unless it's an issue that is dishonest. Then if you've got a dishonest issue that you want to raise, of course you won't have guts to speak out on a matter that troubles you. But if it's honest, you will do that. The point I'm making is that in any organization, and there's not going to be a complete 100% adherence to values and ethos of the organization. There will be one or two things that go in a wrong direction, right? So you should know it's not consistent with our values. But the Cape Town office, I think, is run. I'm not doing performance appraisal. CEO will. So don't ask me about performance bonus after this. So, but I think you're running it well. This isn't the same way as that. As the next issue that maybe let me finalize this point. So we say this not because there is something that we know, that when you submit things to us and they do not move, you should be able to raise those issues, whether it's payment or it's accreditation or it's vetting and whatever else. And you must get a reason why something is not moving, right? It is not expected that you must start believing that my hands are dry. They need some lubrication for me to be able to do what I have to do, right? Is that clear? So no lubrication is needed. Okay, so that aside, let me step to another controversial issue. This area here, Western Cape, largely, and probably before I say this, I must say, I speak about it, I'm going to speak about this controversial issue because it doesn't matter to me, because I don't see race, I don't see tribe, I see a human being, right? I'm more of a human being than a black or brown or yellow person. I'm worth more than that. Excuse my arrogance. So, I've heard that there were training providers that complained at one stage that one of us had said to them, why are there only colored people here and no African people? As if that's a problem. For starters, that is wrong. In the first instance, colored people are African people. Okay? So, we can't ask that a wrong question. Like why there's colored people and not African people, as if colored people are not African, they are European or whatever other they're very much African people. So that question should not arise, because it's equal to saying when you find a training venue full of women, then start having a problem why men are not here. When we know that in any way, the people who are disadvantaged and downtrodden in the main in our societies are women. So why should we ask that question? It's a wrong question to ask. So those questions must stop here and now. We're not doing you a favor. We're doing work that we must do. But equally, training providers have got no reason to bully the staff because you're saying you are public servants, therefore you're getting paid. You can't bully staff, because I'll defend the staff if they are bullied by training providers for any reason. It will not be acceptable. I have demonstrated at times when people try to bully the CEO, you have to go through me if you have to deal with the CEO. And I believe that the CEO will do the same with the employees. But if there's evidence of wrongdoing, we will not flinch, we'll take action. Okay, so enough of that. I believe that with what has been said here by these learned friends has found resonance with you guys, and you will take it and use it for your benefit. I am told that there are a lot of learners here. That's why you had to have a question about my matric results. Mr. Marshall Nelson has brought in learners here. So it's a good thing that the learners must come and see what we're talking about here. But please, we are not suggesting that when we have another session here, because Mr. Nelson didn't arrange, he's got nothing to do with you, right? It's a different Nelson. Okay. We accept them. It's good that they must see us in action, so to speak. However, I don't encourage all training providers to do the same thing next time, because we will have no place to accommodate learners. So let's not do that. If somebody wants us to have a few learners, arrange with Kizo so that there's a quota that's set on how many people can come. Otherwise, this room will be full of learners. Not that we don't want them, but let's manage that part. In the future, the traditional degrees that we have, I argue, will change. Now, what you do now with these programs that you are undertaking with the that are NQF recognized and have got credits, it's not going to be a strange thing in the next 5 years to get somebody having a BSc degree, but with other credits from other aspects of life, because life now is getting to be very much interconnected, different aspects of life. I say this because when we went to provide training elsewhere, we've heard learners saying, I want this skill. However, I also want a business skill because I want to start my own enterprise. Now, that to me is telling me you can't then say, I'm bringing an IT skill only for this qualification, but you must have a different element that makes it more, that enriches this, that makes a person to be able to stand up and make their own living. Because not everybody wants to be employed. Others want to create their own employment and create employment for others. So the nature of, as nature of work changes, also the nature of our education system has to change. This is in the same way I ask on these 4 IR things that have been put here. It's all good to say we've got these qualifications that we've developed and there's learner material and so on, but then who is there to meet out this material and impart it to the learners? Do we have people skilled enough? Do we have people knowledgeable enough to transmit this information to the learners? That's a question that you training providers should be seized with and ask yourselves, how capable are you to deliver on these things? Because it's all good and nice looking, very nice background and whatever else and layouts, but it's useless if it's not going to be used. This is in the same way I address the next point. The next point is, if we take up these training programs and skills programs, if it does not address a problem in society, it's useless. It could have a beautiful name, but if it doesn't address anything in society, it doesn't work. That's why the partnership with universities is important to us, because we realize and recognize that universities are a womb within which new ideas and innovation is born. Yahoo comes from students that were at Stanford University, and so is Google and another and another. So we have to have our own solutions here, working with universities and these training entities that you are here. If we have to solve our problems, we got to be innovative and stop consuming only what is brought to us. Let's learn from what is brought to us from elsewhere. Anything that you have that is developed and programmed and its algorithms were actually designed and programmed by somebody from Europe, they do that in their own context and interpretation of the world. And they are not wrong in doing so. So if you have to resolve issues in Africa, you have to have the African thinking and context to provide solutions to the African problems. Yes, we can learn from the Europeans and Americans because they are ahead of us. There's nothing wrong with that. But that must trigger us to think even deeper than just to stay at consumption level. This is why, as we said to the CEO, our integrated learner management system will not be an off-the-shelf solution that we bought. Let's work with the university and think and provide a solution that actually is even almost 90% cheaper than what we would have bought in the market, but we developed it and we can own it. The framework and architecture of it is what we know and own, and we know we've thought where we're going, and we must provide this. And we are actually getting reviews that are outstanding in what we have developed internally. The Auditor General of South Africa is quite excited in speaking about this at different platforms. We intend to get other SETAs to come in so that we try and stamp out this the stipend chasers, the double dipping, because if you are a stipend chaser and double dipping, what actually it means, there's one more learner who is desperate to get a skill that has been elbowed out of the system because you are taking this money that's available for one more person for yourself only. And we should not agree with that. So this system is designed to actually address these things. And I'm proud of management to have pursued this. It's almost at completion now. Most of the modules are functional already. When you submit, we want you so that nobody says, I am not paid and therefore I must call so-and-so and they must suggest that we must go to a restaurant and discuss my invoice. We want a situation where you submit an invoice. If it's complete, you must have view of where your invoice is. And if it's not complete, you must know why it's not paid and submit the necessary information for it to be paid, because we believe in transparency and openness. So we will arrive at that, and I think the finance module is what is being designed and finalized now. So we should be able to see this, and I expect that when you respond to the DG grant window, you will be able to even get responses on the status of your applications in real time once it is complete. This we do because we want to be open, clean governance. The clean governance does not have a color. It only has the willingness to do the right thing, whatever the color of a person. So we're going to do this, right, with you guys. And I needed to say these things. And probably as I finish this, I must indicate, I'm confident this is my last year now as the chairperson of this board. I might not be back. But we'll be happy because we have handled public money properly. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that we are proud of how we've managed public money, and not just managing public money, but also performance. Getting a performance of 95, 96% year after year tells you that you've got management that is working with the board playing its oversight role. So we're proud of that. And your contribution is also not underestimated and or not valued, because that performance is achieved because you guys are doing the work that you have to do. With that said, I think I've kept you hungry enough now. I'm told there's food, and please eat, because the food has been paid for with public money. So that will be wasteful if we don't eat that food. With that, this session is now dismissed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick one. As you're making your way to get your food, if I could request us to scan the QR code It will take you to our website just to evaluate the day's proceedings. I wish I had a louder voice than that, but I think with anyone that did not hear, technical, can you please just mute the volume of the music? Thank you. I think most of us have got our cell phones out. I think it looks like we are at a concert, but please can you scan the QR code? It will take you to our website and then you can evaluate today's proceedings. Thank you so much.
Let me stand here. No, let me stand here. Closer to the bed. Closer to the bed. I'm not pushing you. I'm hugging you.
I hate this one game alone.
Again, Anthony. My name is Marshall.
Like, and one of them alone. Okay.
Are you alone?